South Moscow, станция СГ-1.
Moscow, station, space to ground 1.
Да, подтверждаем, Анатолий, можно.
We confirm, Anatoly. You can say your goodbyes, and the guys can move into their vehicle. All right, copy.
Принято.
We're saying goodbyes.
Нет, не выполняем.
Moscow, do we need to perform? No, we do not need to perform. Inaudible.
Эти пункты отбой.
So those steps do not need to be put in work.
The crew of 6 hugging their goodbyes. They'll all see each other next on the other side of Earth's atmosphere. And Jessica Meir, board engineer 1 and on the left seat of the vehicle, makes her way into the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft. She's followed by Andrew Morgan with 9 months aboard the International Space Station and 272 days on this, his first mission. Floating in, he's board engineer 2 in that right seat, followed by Oleg Skripochka, Roscosmos cosmonaut, the Soyuz commander. And Anatoly Ivanishin working to close the hatch on the station side. And the hatch is now closed on the Soyuz. That space Ivanishin is floating out of is called the vestibule. That's the portion that will be depressurized to the vacuum level in preparation for undocking later tonight.
And we confirm that
and we have undocking of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft at 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time as the space station flew 263 statute miles over eastern Mongolia. Soyuz MS-15 and its crew are flying free, one step closer on their way back home to Earth.
I do not see any FOD, any debris during separation. There is nothing at the docking mechanism.
прошло, станцию наблюдаем.
2 minutes into autonomous flight. And we see the ISS.
Помехи пошли.
There is some interference.
Выдаем Илья-1.
We are sending EL1 command.
Принято.
Copy. There is interference.
Выдаем Илья-1. Выдаем.
E1, should I send it? Yes, send E1 command.
Выдаем А11.
And send A11 command.
Выдаем Дмитрия-8.
And then D8. This is MCC Moscow. Please select Tehran line on the input panel.
Плохо слышно, Паш, повтори еще раз.
Pasha, come again.
Давайте сейчас.
Let's select on input 2. Info display.
Есть формат инфо.
Confirm info display is open.
И откроем вкладку «Спуск».
And please select
То, что вот на формате.
descent.
На оси, в какой папке?
Copy. What's the name of the folder?
Video football link for Moscow.
Video downlink for Moscow.
Извиняюсь.
And the folder name is?
And we have confirmed landing of the crew at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 1:16 a.m. Eastern Time, and 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time, almost 5 hours after sunrise at the landing site. Jessica Meir, Oleg Skripochka, and Drew Morgan have returned. The vehicle has been reported by the Russian search and recovery forces to be on its side. Those Mi-8 helicopters should be landing near the vehicle shortly to extract the crew from the Soyuz module.
We've got the commander.
And we've got a view of Commander Oleg Skripochka first out of the hatch.
Welcome back, guys.
Again, that's Commander Oleg Skripochka getting his first breath of fresh air in 6 months after having spent 205 days aboard the International Space Station, bringing his career total of days in space to 536.
Put him right here, right here.
And now out of the capsule, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, having returned from 205 days in space, her first mission aboard the International Space Station.
Who's that? That's Jessica.
Jessica Meir sharing some smiles as NASA flight doctors conduct a post-landing medical check. And we have the extraction of Andrew Morgan, having returned from 272 days aboard the International Space Station, almost 9 months on his first mission away from Earth. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir back on Earth after 205 days and 3 historic spacewalks, the first all-female spacewalks with her friend and crewmate, Christina Cook. And another look at NASA astronaut Drew Morgan smiling, getting his first breath of fresh air and the feeling of sunlight after 9 months aboard the International Space Station. You can see the NASA doctors conducting that post-landing medical check, ensuring everything is going well for Andrew Morgan and Jessica Meir after their return to Earth. The Soyuz spacecraft having touched down at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time. Next up, the crew will move to those helicopters for a 2.5-hour flight to Baikonur. They'll change out of their Sokol suits into some more comfortable flight suits along the way before splitting up upon landing and returning to their respective homes in Star City and Moscow and Houston, Texas.
Right, are you ready, Ivan? Now, what about the tent? Sergey Arkadyevich.
Only 4 hours ago, this trio undocked from the Zvezda port of the International Space Station, the Soyuz performing well on the way down and bringing them to land about 92 miles southeast of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. That landing time confirmed at 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time, about 5 hours after sunrise at the landing site. The crew appearing to be doing well and in good spirits, and now Andrew Morgan speaking on the telephone, likely with family members.
Yeah, why?
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is the International Space Station. We are ready for the event. Welcome to the Expedition 62-63 change of command ceremony.
So our expedition time passed very quickly, and but anyway, I am really grateful to our crew for this great time we had on board the space station. It was great time to work, great time to have pastime as a one team. But now it's time for us to hand over the space station control to the following crew. We sincerely wish them great work, enjoy those views from space vehicle, to complete all tasks you have to complete. I know we're real professionals, and to return to Earth exactly in time. Я хочу сказать, что время нашей экспедиции пролетело очень быстро, но я искренне благодарен нашему экипажу за то прекрасное время, которое мы провели здесь вместе. Это было время для интересной работы, и было время и для отдыха, когда мы могли собраться все вместе. И все пролетело быстро, и все было очень здорово. Но сейчас для нас настало время передать управление станцией следующему экипажу. Мы знаем, что это настоящие профессионалы, и мы оставляем станцию в хороших руках. Мы искренне желаем следующему экипажу выполнить все задачи, которые перед ними стоят, и благополучно вернуться на Землю как раз вовремя.
Thank you, Oleg. It's with great honor and pride that I take command of the International Space Station. We're receiving the space station in great order. Much thanks to you and the excellent work of the Expedition 62 crew. So on behalf of Expedition 63, thank you very much, and we have the con.
And Station Houston, the change of command is an event that is rich with tradition, symbolism, and heritage. Expedition 62 has been full of remarkable historical records. Your dedication to the mission, tireless efforts day in and day out, and outstanding performance in everything you did is much appreciated by the ISS program and NASA. Thank you, Jessica, Drew, and Oleg. And I'll hand it over to Moscow for additional words.
Да, принимаем эстафету от наших американских.
We are
Добрый вечер, уважаемые.
taking the baton from Houston. Good night, the whole crew. The operative team from Moscow is happy to greet you. Yuri Krasnych, I'm the SRT today. So the Expedition 62 is coming to an end. During the time of this expedition, wonderful work has been performed very successfully, and we hope that the final stretch of this way also will be performed beautifully, and we wish a soft landing to the crew of 61S and the crew that remains on board the station. I hope will perform everything beautifully as well, and now I'm giving the baton and the floor to the crew that is staying on the station. I know they have something to say, as well as the crew that is leaving the station.
Expedition 62 departing.
Station, this is UCR. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station. Thank you.
Great job, guys. Good luck on the trip back home tomorrow, and welcome to Expedition 63. station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is the International Space Station. We are ready for the event. Welcome to the Expedition 62-63 change of command ceremony.
So our expedition time passed very quickly, and but anyway, I am really grateful to our crew for this great time we had on board the space station. It was great time to work, great time to have pastime as a one team. But now it's time for us to hand over the space station control to the following crew. We sincerely wish them great work, enjoy those views from space vehicle, to complete all tasks you have to complete. I know we're real professionals, and to return to Earth exactly in time. Я хочу сказать, что время нашей экспедиции пролетело очень быстро, но я искренне благодарен нашему экипажу за то прекрасное время, которое мы провели здесь вместе. Это было время для интересной работы, и было время и для отдыха, когда могли собраться все вместе. И все пролетело быстро, и все было очень здорово. Но сейчас для нас настало время передать управление станцией следующему экипажу. Мы знаем, что это настоящие профессионалы, и мы оставим станцию в хороших руках. Мы искренне желаем следующему экипажу выполнить все задачи, которые перед ними стоят, и благополучно вернуться на Землю как раз вовремя.
Thank you, Oleg. It's with great honor and pride that I take command of the International Space Station. We're receiving the space station in great order. Much thanks to you and the excellent work of the Expedition 62 crew. So on behalf of Expedition 63, thank you very much, and we have the con.
And Station Houston, the change of command is an event that is rich with tradition, symbolism, and heritage. Expedition 62 has been full of remarkable historical records. Your dedication to the mission, tireless efforts day in and day out, and outstanding performance in everything you did is much appreciated by the ISS program and NASA. Thank you, Jessica, Drew, and Oleg. And I'll hand it over to Moscow for additional words.
Да, принимаем эстафету от наших американских.
We are
Добрый вечер, уважаемые.
taking the baton from Houston. Good night, the whole crew. The operative team from Moscow is happy to greet you. Yuri Krasnych, I'm the SRT today. So the Expedition 62 is coming to an end. During the time of this expedition, wonderful work has been performed very successfully, and we hope that the final stretch of this way also will be performed beautifully, and we wish a soft landing to the crew of 61S and the crew that remains on board the station. I hope will perform everything beautifully as well, and now I'm giving the baton and the floor to the crew that is staying on the station. I know they have something to say, as well as the crew that is leaving the station.
Okay, 5-minute countdown.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of April 21st, 2020. Tonight, the City Council and I will have our fifth extraordinary web-based telemeeting with our community. We look forward to a time when our meetings will return back to normal at City Council chambers, when the Council and the citizens can meet and discuss the issues affecting our community face-to-face. We ask that you be patient during these unprecedented times. Our city staff and our city cable team have explored many options to ensure that we can carry on the business of our city while allowing residents and community members to participate in the process. The Council and I have tested and trained in advance to make these meetings as functional as possible. Your participation is most important. Thank you to those who have submitted emails by this afternoon's deadline of 4 p.m. They have been forwarded to the Council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. And for those of you tuning in, because of the challenges faced in this Council format, we will dedicate time for general orals at the end of the meeting by telephone call-in. You can participate regarding specific items by calling into the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen periodically during the meeting. Please be patient when calling in and state the agenda item number you are calling about. The 3-minute rule applies, and you will be disconnected at the end of 3 minutes. We ask you to please speak when prompted. There is a delay in the broadcast, so try not to follow what you may hear on the broadcast, whether you're watching it online or you're watching it on television. On behalf of the Council, I want to tell you how proud we are of this community's response. You have, from the very beginning, taken health advisory guidelines very seriously. You have adjusted to the world of homeschooling and staying at home. You have stepped forward to volunteer and help those in need. You've been as patient as the city tries to provide services under these challenging conditions. Thank you. Now, on to our legal disclosures. Tonight, the City Council is conducting our meeting under a national, state, and city state of emergency. Our Council meeting will be conducted in a video telephonic conference. The Council members will interact through a conference interface. This procedure is in conformance with the Governor of California's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended provisions of the Brown Act relating to meetings by teleconference or other electronic means. The executive order requires that members of the public are allowed to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. Again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate by telephone by calling 310-618-2404. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, then, thank you. How about we get started with a roll call, please?
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. As we do on our Council meetings when we're in the Council chambers, we always start with a flag salute, and tonight will be no different. Councilmember Chen will lead us in that, and we will have thereafter an invocation by Councilmember Goodrich. Councilmember Chen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of
the United
of
States
the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands. One nation. Under God. Indivisible. With liberty. And justice for all.
Thank you.
As we gather tonight, let us be thankful for our blessings and ever mindful of opportunities to serve our fellow citizens and our community in this time of need. And let us be thankful for our first responders and our city staff who are serving on the front lines to address this current situation, and let us get through it. Peace.
Thank you. I'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Friday, April 17th.
Thank you. May we have a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title?
Councilman Griffiths moved to waive further readings.
Councilman Chen, second.
Okay, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items from city staff.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. There are no withdrawn or deferred items. We do have supplemental material. This is related to item 9B, appoint members and alternate members to the South Bay City's Council of Governments. Item 9C, establish a business assistance program. Item 9D, adopt ordinance allowing for mail ballot elections. And item 13, oral communications, correspondence received from the public.
Thank you. That takes us to council committee meetings and announcements. I have one announcement. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by email. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. One more time, 2020census.gov. So what will the 2020 census ask? Questions like, how many people are living or staying at your home? Is your home owned or rented? What is the sex, age, and race of each person in your home? What is the relationship of each person in your home? If you'd like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches 100% participation rate so that we have the funding from the federal government, the state government, as well as the representation that we so richly deserve. Which takes us to community matters. City managers, city department's response to the COVID-19.
Yes, Your Honor. Tonight, before we provide our latest update on the city's efforts related to COVID-19 emergency, I'd like to take a moment to review the framework and the sequence of actions related to this emergency. Beginning in January 2020, the World Health Organization declared a COVID-19 outbreak public health emergency of international concern. On January 31st, the United States Secretary of Health Safety declared a public health emergency. After the declarations of the World Health Organization in the United States, several county health departments, including Los Angeles and the city health departments of Long Beach and Pasadena, each declared local health emergencies. On March 4, 2020, Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. On March 12, 2020, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order Number 2520, which included broad guidelines addressing efforts to curtail public contact and gatherings in order to mitigate the spread of the virus. Given the scope of the recommended actions and the requirement to implement local steps, on March 12, 2020, the city manager proclaimed a local emergency pursuant to our city charter, the Torrance Municipal Code, the California Government Code, and the California Constitution. The declaration has allowed the implementations of changes in operations, closures of public and private facilities, changes in staffing and operations, imposed safety steps for our food providers, closed our beaches, and other necessary actions. On March 19, 2020, the County Department of Public Health issued a safer at home order that amended the supplemental and supplemented an order issued on March 16, 2020, which closed all but essential businesses and essential infrastructure. Approximately an hour later, the governor issued a stay-at-home order, Executive Order Number 3320 to constrain open business activities to critical infrastructure. The county has not involved the incorporated cities under its jurisdiction, except for the city of Los Angeles in making these orders. The cities of Pasadena and Long Beach have their own health departments and have developed and issued their own orders. The city of Torrance is bound by the actions of Los Angeles County and can only implement stricter actions. We must request to have the county modify its order if we are to seek to mitigate some of the safer at home requirements. Later in this agenda, we are asking that you petition the county to make some recommended changes as we develop the city's recovery and continuity of operations plan. Tonight, as part of item 6B, in addition to the weekly COVID-19 briefing by the fire chief and the EOC director, I'm requesting all city departments provide updates regarding their response to the COVID-19 emergency. As a reminder, LA County, the Department of Public Health issued the revised Safer at Home order, which prohibits all indoor, outdoor, public, and private gatherings and events. The orders require all businesses to cease in-person operations and remain closed to the public unless the business is defined as an essential business. The order is currently effective within the County of Los Angeles through May 15, 2020. The revised order requires essential businesses to implement no later than last April 15th a social distancing protocol, which included a requirement to provide all of their employees whose duties require contact with other employees and or the public with a cloth face covering to wear while performing those duties that involve contact with others. The city has issued reusable cloth face coverings to all city employees. We continue our field outreach to businesses to educate them on the new order and request compliance. The city will also utilize all available media, social media outlets to share the information with our residents in the community. City staff has also started the development of the Torrance post-COVID recovery plan, which will provide a roadmap to opening up Torrance public counters, businesses, parks, and all operations deemed non-essential under the current federal, state, and county order. We'll begin tonight's presentation with a briefing by our fire chief and the OC director, followed by the department updates. And we are available for any questions. Chief?
Thank you, Leroy. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Martin Stern, the Fire Chief. Just going to provide a brief overview and an update from our last briefing or at our last council meeting. To date, if you recall last week, we were talking about starting an at-home testing to our at-risk community members, 65 or older. Proud to report that we started that testing today. We tested our first seniors throughout the day, highly successful, and we'll continue to move that program out moving in the next few weeks. We did update our hospital modeling. Los Angeles County, we had a conference call meeting earlier this week, actually yesterday, and I know we've been dependent upon the University of Washington's modeling in regards to COVID-19. Los Angeles County reported out, and I'll show you a few of those slides on what they're reporting out, but it's just an opportunity for us to model the trajectory of COVID-19 here in the Los Angeles region. We're in the process of developing plans to lift, there's a typo there, lift our station isolation of our firefighters. If you recall, we, at an abundance of caution, we've isolated our firefighters over the last few weeks, but now with the new guidelines in place with masks as well as appropriate PPE, we're going to go ahead and explore lifting that and, again, getting back to that recovery mindset as we move forward, as we continue to monitor and track. And the one thing we reported last week, I know it was in the Daily Breeze, reported some of our care facilities at-risk communities that fall into that high-risk category. Just as a reminder, we've taken a forward-leaning stance in contacting each one of these facilities. To date, we have contacted upwards of 15 of our senior care facilities, and we've been in contact with them on a daily basis. And it just gives them an opportunity to see what their census looks like. Do they have any COVID-19 patients at their facility as well as workers, and to see if there's any opportunities for us to provide them support. And then lastly, our local hospitals reported yesterday at the EOC briefing that they do now have the capability of sanitizing their own PPE. This is something that's been long in research, and now it's giving them the ability now to sanitize and provide a better depth for their PPE now that they have the capability of sanitizing N95 mask. Next slide. This is just an overview of our dashboard that we track daily. Just kind of gives us an overview on what the numbers look like. You'll note that in Los Angeles County, there was 15,140 confirmed cases. There was a huge spike yesterday due to the backlog that LA County Public Health is reporting. So those numbers are self-explanatory. You can see where we are here in the city of Torrance. This is in the city of Torrance, 217 patients. Right below there, you'll see there are 663 deaths. Unfortunately, 46 passed away yesterday. This has been a bit of a challenge for us here in Torrance and actually across the region in cities. There's been a lot of requests for actual cases of citizens that have passed away within the city. We're still researching that, and we're hoping that we can find a cleaner path, but this really does lie in the hands of Los Angeles Public Health. I know other public health agencies in our region have the capability of reporting that, so we're still following up with them on that item. We did note over there to your right, you'll notice that the COVID-type calls that we're responding to continue to trend downwards, which is a good sign. Next slide. This is the dashboards, and I wanted to share these tonight just to kind of give you a sense of where we are. I know there's been a lot of questions in our surge capacity in the LA Basin. This is one of those dashboards that the Los Angeles County Emergency Services Agency is monitoring, and they asked the question, what's our surge capacity in the LA Basin? You can see 70 hospitals report, and there's over 17,000 licensed acute-type beds. And you will see that currently right now we have 8% of those beds occupied by COVID-19 type patients, and with that COVID-19 med surge really is folks that don't need advanced care but need to be monitored. Next slide. And this is just an overview of the ICU beds in the Los Angeles region. I will note, if you will take a note there, on April 15th, they did an overall census on what that surge capacity capability looks like. And in Los Angeles, we have the surge capacity of over 4,000 ICU beds. Currently, right now, as of 4/18, we have 551 patients in the ICU rooms and facilities. That's at 22%. But you can see the surge capacity is still available. Next slide. And then one of the early on questions that was of concern was how many ventilators are available in the Los Angeles region. So here you'll see this dashboard. Currently right now we have over 3,100 ventilators available. In the event we do have a surge, you'll see there on the right we have about 388 currently being used. So this just provides you an overview of, in the event that as we move to recovery, that we try to monitor and find kind of that middle ground, that we continue to maintain that flattening of the curve. It's extremely important that we have the ability not to overwhelm our system. Next slide. And this is, again, as a reminder, our 1-month lookout, Safer at Home, extended to May 15th. We continue to encourage our citizens to stay home, practice social distancing, and continue to look for essential operations in our communities. We'll continue to do our public outreach, continue to provide support. I believe Grant Fulton will provide you an update on that this evening. and continue to find opportunities to support our seniors as well as the special needs community members. Next slide. Maintain employee health and safety. Mr. Jackson did report masks were issued to all our employees this week. We're looking to adjust our operations to ensure readiness, continue to track and maintain our personal protective equipment and our supplies here in the city of Torrance, and continue to support our local hospitals. We do have daily updates from them every day at 10 o'clock, and we're also in the process of trying to schedule a meeting this week with their leadership. And we'll continue to monitor and move forward with our recovery operations. At this time, I will turn it over to our EOC Director for Aram Shakorian so he can provide a report.
Thank you, Chief, for the update. Appreciate it very much. Mayor, members of the City Council, Aram Shakorian, EOC Director. Today is April 21st, 2020, and our incident management strategic goals remain life safety, city stabilization, property and quality of life conservation, agility, and the last point that we want to focus on is recovery in a post-COVID-19 response world, maintaining, as LA County and state has indicated, social distancing protocols as well as the usage of face coverings in our everyday lives as we gauge the impacts of COVID-19 in the next few months coming up. Our EOC operations is still at a level 2, 7-day coverage, Monday to Friday. All departments are engaged, as well as our regional partners to the hospitals and the schools. Our management section includes operations, law, planning, finance, recovery, logistics, hospitals, care and shelter, employee relations, economic development, and land management, meaning all aspects of city operations come into play, as well as community impact in our EOC response and post-COVID-19 recovery efforts. As I shared with you in the past, LA County constantly updates their marketing and public relations material to reflect the latest executive orders and community outreach efforts. This instance here is a cover-up LA County. Since it's been clarified you may use homemade or self-made face coverings, this example is of being able to use material that's breathable. You may be able to wash, but not use any item that may be ripped, torn, or does not stay in place. You want to securely cover your nose and your mouth. And additional information is available from publichealth.lacounty.gov. We also encourage the public to check out the CDC, Center for Disease Control, website, since they also post routine, regular updates. Our regional partners, as I mentioned in the past, include federal, state, county, and local, both hospitals and businesses and schools. And we are reaching out to other groups, including nonprofits and the faith community. Major actions up to date. Torrance Cares to Go grocery delivery program has exceeded 1,000 deliveries to our seniors, individuals with special needs. And we will expand more in our department updates. And if I may add, this evening we've invited our departments to provide departmental updates on our city's response to COVID-19 and making sure that we maintain our continuum of operation despite the major challenges we have encountered. Again, face coverings in public are required to limit the spread of COVID-19, and we've added message signs, if you've noticed, throughout Torrance along this point to remind the public. Business outreach continues. The farmers market has implemented social distancing as well as a requirement that both the vendors and shoppers utilize face coverings. And then the COVID-19 Senior Citizen Hotline was implemented last Monday, and residents are encouraged to call 310-320-5918. We have city staff available to provide them support. A new program that we like to share with the public is our Torrance Cares for Seniors. This is the program the Chief mentioned for seniors in-home testing, and it was also covered on NBC4 today. The city is offering this service free to our seniors who are at risk, 65 and older, who live in Torrance. And the public is encouraged to visit cityoftorranceca.com. We have a link with the logo If you click on there, you'll be able to sign up, and staff will follow up. With that, our continued operations plan I want to spend a moment on is our effort to plan as LA County and the state will lift the safe-at-home orders. As indicated earlier, the lifting of the orders does not entail return to normal as we remember. It'll be a phased-out approach, which will include the current social distancing protocols as well as awareness of safety and coverings, congregation of individuals in smaller groups as we gauge the impact of COVID-19 moving forward. We will be focused on our public counters, the city council and commission meetings, how we could operate in a safe environment and transition us from this teleconference web model to in-person meetings. How do we get our parks and recreation programs back online with those protocols and open, as well as discussion with LA County and our neighborhood cities on beach closures and reopening the beaches. We do have follow-up with our regional major retailer, obviously, Del Amo Fashion Center, a call with their management team to discuss their efforts. Our business economic development will be reaching out to various sectors of Torrance to discuss both retail, commercial, manufacturing, hotel, hospitality, restaurant industry. How do we help them get back on their feet and operate once again? Our fire prevention officers as well as our environmental officers from community development will be included in that outreach. How do we run our work schedules if we have to cover more days and hours to cover the work we could have done with a tighter schedule as in the past? However, take into account the social distancing requirements, which may require us to provide longer hours of coverage to serve the public. Social distancing will be a factor, as I mentioned, and then face coverings. LA County has indicated that they will be creating the various directives in assisting local cities in reopening sectors in a safe manner, and we will obviously be required and intend on following those directives. Our community outreach efforts continue. To the left is a sign from our transit department. We are requiring our passengers enter from the rear door. We do have space in the bus to maintain a safe distance with our bus operators, and the public bus will wear face coverings. Our Discover Torrance has been working with our area hospitality partners and hotels, as well as our fire stations and City Hall, to light Torrance purple and blue in honor of the hospitality workers and our hospital and first responders. We continue our daily COVID-19 updates, and the public is encouraged to check us out daily at 4 o'clock and on weekends at 2 o'clock on Channel 3, as well as on Facebook and social media. With that, reminder to please sign up for Torrance Alerts. We have a daily update and frequent updates as major events are unfolding. We share with the community. You will get updates. Check us out at City of Torrance, CA. We have a website dedicated to our response to COVID-19, as well as Spectrum 3, Fios 31, and over-the-air TV on 25.2 for our daily updates. Again, in closing, I want to thank our Torrance residents, businesses, employers for your understanding and cooperation with the safe-at-home orders. Our city employees, TUSD and local schools, area hospitals, the grocery store workers, nurses, doctors, medical professionals, regional partners, and as always, mayor and council for your steadfast support in our efforts. Major accomplishments to date include our police and fire emergency response has not been impacted. We are still providing 911 service. Thank you to our first responders and our dispatchers for all their hard work. Farmers Market is open Tuesdays and Saturdays with social distancing, and we've been able to relieve the strain on our grocery stores and provide the public with fresh. Started a new program such as Torrance Cares to Go to provide a grocery delivery to our seniors, and that was an effort to keep our seniors at home and avoid them having to wait in line and be exposed to other individuals and potentially being infected with COVID-19. Our daily COVID-19 show has been very successful, and we appreciate staff for all their efforts and the community for embracing and sharing their stories. And then our daily Torrance alerts. And then finally, trash collection. We are picking up trash, regularly scheduled, so thank you to our sanitation team, our frontline employees, and the public for their cooperation. We have implemented modified bus schedules, so we provide crucial bus service to our transit-dependent community. Street maintenance, our projects, our roads, you may see seal cracks out there as we prepare the roads during this downtime to be able to repair and improve road conditions. And we also initiated a Park Ambassador program to friendly remind the public of the safe distance protocols as well as face coverings. With that, with Torrance, if you may have noticed, we were featured last week on the New York Stock Exchange. Cisco, who's our supplier on the Torrance Cares to Go grocery program, rang the bell. And to the right, you'll notice some of our staff, including some of our fire prevention specialists, highlighted on national TV. And now I will turn over to City Attorney to start us off with the department updates. Mr. Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you, Ram. This is Patrick Sullivan, the City Attorney. Our office obviously isn't a frontline department, so most of our support has been directed to the City Manager, the City Council, and the departments that are out there on the front lines, drafting public orders, resolutions, and then obviously helping with interpretations of the county safer-at-home order as well as the governor's stay-at-home order, and that's mostly what we've been doing during this time period. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll turn it over to City Manager's Office, Office of Economic Development, Ms. Fulton.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Aram. Good evening, everyone. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the city, and you'll hear a little bit more from me later on this evening as well. But just to keep everyone up to date, we've been responding to many different phone calls coming in from businesses, curious about essential versus non-essential, how the eviction moratorium affects them, health and safety protocols, as well as queries about the different funding sources that have been coming down and then quickly closed down. So we've been trying to keep that information updated on our website. Again, fielding those calls, also assisting our folks out in the field when they're following up with these essential or non-essential businesses and being able to help provide face coverings for those businesses that might not have that. We have some more on order to be able to assist businesses in that way. Also helping with businesses that have found an opportunity to convert from their existing operations to providing personal protective equipment, a uniform company that's now making face masks, a special event company that was able to put up tents for our hospital and other area hospitals. Also working in partnership with the South Bay Workforce Investment Board as we get the horrible news of the increasing number of layoffs and furloughs from our local businesses, sharing that information back and forth with the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, and then being able to put out that information to those businesses and those affected employees to help them file unemployment insurance, look at the opportunities to find other jobs or other things to be able to get income in the meantime and what the next stage is in the recovery. And then most recently, working in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and other partners to put on a virtual business forum where we addressed the available loan programs, again, the eviction moratorium, and making sure that our business folks are also tuned into Torrance alerts and get those regular updates as well. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. I'll turn it over to our employee relations and HR team, Ms. Katie Wand and Viet Hong.
Good evening. This is Katie Wand. Just wanted to touch on a few things in regards to employee safety and wellness. One being that the city is committed to providing proper PPE and cleaning supplies to our employees. We've also been encouraging employees to sanitize workstations each day at 10 a.m. and at 4 p.m., in addition to custodial staff sanitizing the common areas each day. As Aram mentioned earlier, we've also explored modified schedules to ensure that social distancing protocols are met. We've also looked at telecommuting for some employees when they can. That's something that we are still encouraging. We've also received guidance from the fire department on best practices to keep our employees safe. We are also following the guidelines and mandates that are provided by the CDC as well as various levels of government. Again, our main priority is to keep our employees healthy so that we can continue to provide essential services to our residents. Our employees are disaster service workers, and so far they've done a really wonderful job stepping up to the challenge and that we can continue to provide these services to our residents. So we're very grateful for them. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Viet.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Viet Huang, Interim Human Resources Administrator. So a key priority for the Human Resources and Civil Service teams is to continue to provide support to our employees and the city's departments so they can do what they do best. And we're able to provide our support with benefits administration, sick leave and return to work guidance, personnel actions, exit interviews, training and development, and employee relations by advising employees and departments virtually by email, phone, and when necessary in person with social distancing protocols. And we do recognize these are extraordinarily difficult times for our employees. So one thing that's emerged is the gratitude employees have for one another. And so to help support one another, this week we did launch our Torrance Appreciation Program. With the exception of expenses associated with web space and printing, this is a minimal cost, web-based interface that allows employees to share notes of appreciation and gratitude with one another. Our Civil Service Division is also responsible for managing our volunteer program. And in a typical year, right at this very moment, staff would be asking your honorable body to join us in recognizing our volunteers as part of National Volunteer Recognition Week. This year, instead, we'll be making a social media post expressing our appreciation for our volunteers. We've already sent postcards out to our volunteers, letting them know of the delay of our recognition events. And we've even made some personal phone calls just to connect with them and let them know that we're thinking about them. So with that, Katie and I'd like to turn it over to the Office of Cable and Community Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. This is Michael Smith, Cable and Community Relations Manager. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to share with you and the community a few of the efforts that we've been able to accomplish during this pandemic to engage our residents and business community. At the onset of this pandemic, our team has been responsible for all external communications from the city. We create, edit, collaborate, partner, and distribute vital information on behalf of the departments. Our team has created and developed a branding of all new services offered by the city, including Torrance Cares campaign. By design, this branding effort has been extended to our food delivery, partnering of community-based organizations, senior in-home COVID-19 tests, and others. We created a temporary website that features executive orders from federal, state, county, and the city, including those orders issued by the city manager and your honorable body. We also share information about COVID-19 and its impact on Torrance. We provide details regarding the city closures, business and housing resources, bus schedules, virtual recreation opportunities, along with listings of Torrance restaurants that are open for takeout, grocers that are serving vulnerable groups, links to public health agencies, and much, much more. We've issued a variety of press releases that generate news interest in sharing the Torrance story. And when the press arrives, we've been there to facilitate interviews, be interviewed, and, as we mentioned earlier, just today, KNBC ran a story about the new senior in-home testing. As you all are aware, the Interactive Communications Office operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Early on during this pandemic, we suspended all of our Torrance Alerts policy concerning sending only call-to-action notifications so that we could draw extra attention to the important information concerning coronavirus. As a result, we issued at least 2 daily alerts, one at 4 p.m. and one at 7 p.m. Each day, we include the numbers of cases in Torrance. In addition, our officers are constantly monitoring and sharing information that is important to the community. They routinely respond to email questions quickly and engage on social media, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, no matter the time of day or night. In an effort to make sure anyone in Torrance has access to city information, we suspended programming on city cable, placed all programs on hiatus, and began to exclusively share information about the pandemic and our city efforts. This includes messages from your honorable body, LA County Public Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and on March 30th, we launched a live news show, COVID-19 Today, that was also mentioned earlier. This daily news show airs Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m., and we have produced 23 shows to date. In addition to City Cable being on Spectrum Channel 3, Fios 31, we are the only local government access channel in the entire country to also have an over-the-air broadcast station, 25.2. So if you haven't got a digital antenna, go right out and buy one. Take a look and enjoy City Cable programming. We are also streaming on torranceca.gov, YouTube, and on occasion, Facebook Live like tonight. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we'll turn over to our Communications and Information Technology Department for their update. Mr. Gallo?
Good evening. This is Ernest Gallo, Communications Manager. In addition to our routine support activities, the Communications and Information Technology Department's notable activities featured on your screen this evening have been to restore, deploy, and repurpose a variety of technologies to assist with the city's social distancing and the support of new programs like Torrance Cares. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernest. Now we'll turn over to Community Development, Mr. Danny Santana.
Thank you, Aram. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Danny Santana, Community Development Director. As with all departments, community development has responded to the COVID pandemic in a number of ways. We've quickly made operational the Planning and Intel Department Operations Center to compile all pertinent information collected from the various EOC branches over the previous 24 operational hour period. We've compiled an actionable daily report for the next 24 hours and developed forward planning forecasts and community sector needs. Resulting action items from the EOC process included the Torrance Cares to Go program, from grocery outreach efforts, and for planners to prepare a series of temporary suspensions of development standards, downtown street use fees, and required parking lease agreements for the city manager to consider. These efforts were intended to help some of these severely impacted sectors of grocery, pharmacy, hospital, medical operations, and downtown restaurants. Daily EOC support was also required of our code enforcement staff, who function as the hub of non-essential business and social distancing complaints. To date, 145 such complaints have been filed or observed by staff, requiring their follow-up and contact being made on each one. Since the face-covering directives issued by the county, Torrance, and surrounding communities, the city has had a flurry of unauthorized street vending that code enforcement has also followed up on. Multiple units in the department have also stretched their traditional operations in order to continue to provide our traditional services in a not-so-traditional format. For example, the building and engineering units have quickly expanded our online capabilities of processing permit fees and permit issuances, all while practicing physical distancing and wearing their required face coverings as seen on this slide. Next slide, please. Another new service is our building inspection unit has adapted to virtual inspections where feasible in order to keep projects moving during this economic downtime. Some examples of some high-profile projects that the department has adapted some of our procedures to facilitate are the Marriott's multi-floor remodel, the tenant occupancies of 2 of the 3 Ceres Regis buildings at the former Toyota campus, and the 6-level parking structure behind the financial center. Our GIS representatives have also lended their graphic talents to create visual flyers to aid and facilitate the education that code enforcement, fire prevention specialists, and the police department may need to interact with individuals in the field. Examples of those visual aids include, next slide, the face coverings for food service operations, which included social distancing standards on the back. Next slide, please. Sidewalk vending in both English and Spanish. Next slide. Essential, non-essential businesses, as well as the social distancing standards. Next slide, please. Grocery outreach. And finally, the department is working on plans on how to retool these flyers in the face of changing and evolving requirements as the city and the region transitions to recovery. We continue to expand additional virtual services, and we are looking closely as to how we can safely reopen our public counters and hold commission meetings. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Moving on to Community Services, Mr. John Jones.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. John Jones, Community Services Director.
This is really quite a fun time. I've got a chance to do a virtual opportunity with all of you, and it's kind of sad that I can't be in the chambers with you. But I wanted to give you a highlight of the things that our department has been actively doing in order to provide a high-quality service, yet a safe environment for our citizens. Due to this COVID-19 event, our department has taken many actions to protect our citizens. The first action taken, as you well know, was closure of our many amenities in our city parks in order to protect our citizens. The divisions that I have within the department under administration, cultural services, library services, park services, recreation services, Aram's already talked about many of the programs we've been involved with. But in closure of the parks, it was important that we engage the park rangers to patrol the parks. And we also launched our Park Ambassadors program that Aram referenced earlier. The Park Ambassadors program is essential because it puts eyes and ears out in all the city parks to assist our citizens to do what's right and to social distance and follow the appropriate protocols and not get themselves into the areas that are closed and causing concerns for other residents. We've also been engaged as a partner with the police department in initiating a 2-hour parking at our city park parking lots. This has also helped because we've had some individuals and citizens that felt they would, instead of use the park amenities, they would come to the parking lot and gather, and the social distancing protocols are not being followed. So now that's really helped to solve some of those concerns. In fact, we received several compliments from the residents thanking the city for taking that action. Within the Cultural Services Division, we have, as well as Recreation and Library, we have a ton of virtual programming that we're providing the citizens in classes and exercise programs and in online services for the library, and also a virtual recreation center for our youth patrons in our city who are bored to death, not being able to go to school and are at home. And there's things they can do. They've been doing, they had a hide the bunny, Easter egg type of hunt within online services so all the kids could participate. And we've really been having a lot of fun engaging our teen center and our high school clients. In addition, in the Park Services team, they've been kind of keeping their noses down, trying to make sure that with the closure of the park amenities that the areas are still kept safe and clean, and the turf needs to be mowed, because these are essential services. It's important to note that we're one of the few communities in the area that really feels it's important to keep the open space available and usable by our community. And thankfully, with the support of the Park Services Division, they've been able to keep it neat and clean and keeping the trash picked up, the bathrooms cleaned, and our citizens have been able to follow social protocols in distancing as they walk around and exercise on our city parks. The Recreation Services Division launched the Park Ambassadors Program, but also launched a neat program for our senior citizen population called the Senior Citizen Hotline. And that hotline was an opportunity to reach out to our seniors that are stuck at home or safer at home, as you might say, and don't maybe have the ability to know what's going on. They may not have cable TV. So we have a hotline that they can call in and get the most up-to-date COVID information and to help them and even serve as a wellness check for them, because they really need to check in and talk to people to find out what's going on, because it's a very frightening time in their lives. In addition, we've partnered with the fire department to launch the Torrance Cares for Seniors program. That's in collaboration, and they're calling in through the senior citizen hotline, to be able to make their appointments for testing for the fire department that can go up to their homes and do the test for the COVID test. And then also proud to tout that we've been collaborating with General Services, with Community Development, with Fire Department, also on the Torrance Cares to Goes program. The food programming itself, we've served over, delivered over 1,200 boxes now to our citizens, to our residents, and also generous donations by the community, bringing in well over $15,000 to support our critically needed and served seniors in our community that may not have the economic ability to pay for these. And these donations can go a long way in serving our community. I wanted to tout on the farmers market, because this is kind of a really exciting point. Farmers market only closed down for 2 dates, on a Saturday and a Tuesday, and we were able to redesign the farmers market well ahead of the curve of other farmers markets, and we're able to demonstrate how important it is that farmers market is an essential service. As Ram had said, it kept individuals out of the grocery stores and let them come out in an open-air market to get fresh fruits and vegetables. And it was designed in such a way so that we really monitored closely the social distancing protocols. And I'm proud to tout that LA County Health came out to our farmers market to inspect it and were awed by it and used our farmers market as a reference for other farmers markets to follow the protocols of Torrance, because we knew exactly how to manage it for our citizens, and because of that, we've been able to maintain and keep our farmers markets open for our community throughout this whole pandemic. With that, that's all I have to provide you at this point, but I'm proud to say that I've been working with a great team of professionals, and I think we're doing a great thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And we'll move on. There's additional slides from the library as well as the various programs. All these slides will be posted online for the community to view later and to follow up. I'll turn over to our Finance Director, Eric Tao, for his update.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Similar to City Attorney's Office, Human Resources, CIT, Finance plays basically a support function to the operations of the other departments within the city. One of the things that we do, or we did, and have done, is making sure we expedite the procurement of any PPEs for our frontline responders and our employees. And in some cases, we also supplied some of the hospitals and the business community. Next slide. Another important role that we do is we track all the expenditures related to COVID-19 in case there are some funds available or we get some cost recovery from either the federal government, FEMA, state of California, or at the county level. So we are tracking every cost or that associated with this incident. Next slide. In addition to that, we continue to serve the business community with, providing business license and permitting. We are processing utility payments. We also, we will do a budget presentation later on today regarding where we think our budget will be over the next couple of years, and we are trying to return to full operations. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Eric. I'll turn it over to Chief Cerna for his department-specific update. Chief?
Thank you, Aram. Good evening. Just kind of an overview of what we've been able to accomplish during this crisis. Our department is responsible for the city's Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC. And I'm extremely proud of our EOC manager, Jeffrey Snoddy. In short order, he was able to have our EOC fully functional as a virtual EOC. I believe we were one of the first EOCs operating on this platform during this crisis. It gave us the ability to stay connected as well as we practice social distancing. So an extremely valuable tool for us. We were also able to partner with Salus to create the dashboard that I shared with you earlier. The partnership with Salus has allowed us to track a wide range of data points, which we utilize in our response to this incident. Next slide. During this period, we were able to enhance our operational capabilities by upgrading 3 of our fire engines to full paramedic units. We were able to expand on our screening protocols, and what that means is our public safety dispatchers have a list of screening questions when someone calls 911. They evaluate the caller's information for a potential COVID-19 type incident. While en route, our firefighters will call the residents directly to provide further direction to the patient. We have a new policy which we established here regionally, and we moved out within our fire department, which we call one in, all out. This is established where we have, in an effort to monitor, ensure we're tracking and utilizing our PPE. So we're not, because if you recall early on in the incident, there was a lot of shortages in relation to PPE. So this what we've done with this policy is we've allowed one firefighter to be fully, if you look at the picture there on the left, the firefighter full PPE, which is a gown and a N95 mask, goggles, and gloves, will make contact with the patient, evaluate, make a patient assessment, and then bring the rest of the crew in based on what he's been able or she's been able to determine. During this period, we also implemented 2 basic life support units. They are in the process today of testing our senior community for COVID-19. In an effort to ensure we are remaining responsive to the community, we established a weekly survey to hear feedback directly from the community. And at this point, if I can, just take a little bit of liberty, I truly want to thank the community for all their support for one of our firefighters. He is currently in the ICU, struggling with the COVID-19 virus. We continue to request your thoughts and prayers during a very difficult time for his family and our department and city. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the updates. I'll turn over to Shant Megadichyan for the General Services update. Shant?
Thank you, Aram. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. As you can see from the slides, General Services has been hard at work, providing services that support all of the city departments. From the facility side, you can see that the custodians and fleet mechanics have worked hard to clean and sanitize buildings and, excuse the pun, keep the city's fleet rolling. Our HVAC technicians have adjusted air handlers throughout the city to bring in a greater percentage of fresh air. Our building maintainers are still maintaining key repairs to the buildings and our plumbing systems. And our capital projects continue. We have completed just about 4 restrooms for renovation and ADA upgrades at City Hall, with 8 more scheduled. In addition, our Fleet Services warehouse has been proactive in ordering essential supplies, such as paper products, cleaners, and hand sanitizers. And we've been able to prioritize our vehicles in fleet with the Public Works, Police, and Fire vehicles. This slide you're seeing here is our Cultural Arts and General Services administrative staff, who from the beginning of Torrance Cares to Go has taken orders, processed payments, and provided customer service to those who have put in for an order. And they continue to do just such great work every day in handling the load of the orders that come in and service to the public. We've had a lot of great compliments and a lot of great comments from folks that have received these care packages and the groceries, and it's been a very rewarding program for my staff. Lastly, we continue to provide first response to aircraft incidents at the airport with our operations staff continuing, and our central services area has produced numerous signage for city facilities and parks, as well as continue to produce the city council agenda. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Sean. I'll turn over to Chief Eve Berg for the police updates.
Good evening, Council. Eve Berg here. Much like several of the other units, the PD is a law enforcement branch for all COVID efforts, and we support a lot of the other cities' teams' efforts. We have been confirming that the public orders from COVID from the state, the federal, and the local level are being adhered to. We check on non-essential businesses to ensure compliance, and we're receiving radio calls about those. We've been conducting community outreach when time permits while still adhering to social distancing directives. We've been extra patrolling all the parks for safety, security, and adherence to the COVID-19 rules of order. We have been supporting the farmers market not only with visible patrols, but also last week we began staffing it with a team of officers and a physical team of officers there. We've been providing high visibility to the big box stores such as Costco, Sam's Club, Target, 7-Elevens, and some grocery stores, just to ensure that all rules are adhered to and to ensure that peace is kept amongst everybody there. We provide extra patrol to the mall, which is currently not open except for some of the restaurants. And we provided early in the beginning, we were made aware that one of our local hospitals had one of their supply carts that had been stolen, and on that were face masks and some other equipment. So we donated some of our face masks and PPEs to that local hospital, again, when their equipment cart had been stolen. We continue to assist on COVID-19 testing sites to facilitate traffic concerns and other public safety related items. And then finally, we are providing face masks and PPEs to all of our employees, and we have been utilizing social distancing in our PD as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'll turn over to Craig Blazarian, Public Works Director.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the Council. Craig Blazarian from Public Works. Public
Works is a department that provides essential services to the community that residents expect, and we continue with multiple divisions. Our Street Operations Division does continue its efforts with pothole repairs, sidewalk repairs, curb gutters, sign replacements, and the operation of our traffic signals throughout the city. We have 120 of them. Our Streetscape Division is responsible for trimming trees in the public right-of-way, as well as weed abatement and mowing of the turf areas such as on Hawthorne Boulevard and Artesia Boulevard and other parkway areas, We also continue our engineering division with our capital projects. For instance, right now we're active at the intersection of T-Stage and Hawthorne for a water main repair, as well as paving and prep work for our upcoming slurry seal project, which the council previously awarded, as well as our large-scale sidewalk repairs using our federal funding from Community Development Block Grant Funds. Our Water Operations Division continues to provide a safe drinking water to the community. I can assure you that the water in Torrance is safe. And we also do emergency repairs, we address main leaks, and we just monitor and maintain the system on a daily basis with our testing that meets or exceeds all standards for drinking water. Our Sanitation Division continues to collect trash, green waste, and recycling, and their efforts also include maintenance on our sewer system and our storm drain systems. Next slide, please. Sanitation also provides the community with large item pickups and collecting illegally dumped items. So we encourage residents to continue to schedule large item pickups for the residents, as well as to report illegally dumped items in the parkways or throughout the city, and we will continue to collect those within a maximum of 48 to 72-hour range from the date of report. Lastly, our residential street sweeping was temporarily suspended, but it's resumed in areas where there are medians or arterial streets where parking is prohibited on a 24/7 basis. Essentially, what that would mean is medians on like Anza or places on Torrance Boulevard in front of City Hall where there is no parking. The last item I'd like to add is that Public Works does have a total of 13 flashing message signs deployed throughout the city. 4 of them are owned by the city to help with messaging for the community and drivers. And we also leverage our relationship with contractors as we have message boards for the construction that I mentioned earlier. So those are helping getting the messages out as well as the website and things of that nature. And that concludes for Public Works.
Thank you, Craig. Last but not least, Kim Turner for Transit.
All right. Thank you, Aram. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Kim Turner, Transit Director. The Transit Department has been actively working with the City Manager's Office and other departments, as well as the county, state, and federal authorities, to help address impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, while still providing essential transportation services in a safe and reliable manner, as safety is our #1 priority. As a result of the recent events, we've had to make changes to our schedule, as mentioned earlier, enhance our sanitization procedures as recommended by the CDC, and increase our communication efforts. Our service began in mid-March with the daily issuance of gloves, surgical masks, hand sanitizer, and other PPEs to our employees. We also began internal manufacturing of custom reusable face coverings for all transit employees due to an initial shortage. As previously mentioned, we've addressed the reduction in our ridership by implementing a modified Saturday schedule, which includes service on Line 4X and Line 6, which do not operate on Saturdays. All full-time bus operator assignments are rotated to ensure all assignments are covered by our current active team members. We will continue to monitor and adjust service to meet the demands and ensure essential workers can travel while maintaining a safe social distance. Next slide. To comply with the recommendations of the CDC and the Los Angeles County Department of Health on how to prevent the COVID-19 infection, we've posted signage on all of our buses and our facilities. In regards to the sanitization procedures, staff has enhanced the nightly cleaning of buses' interiors to include disinfecting all handrails, seat areas, door panels, windows, and all buses with an EPA-approved disinfectant. In addition, a safety zone was created on all of our buses to ensure a safe distance of at least 6 feet from the bus operator. As Aram mentioned, we've instituted a rear door boarding policy that also eliminates the collection of fares. This is in line with LA Metro and other regional transit operators. To add another level of protection, we purchased and are in the process of installing transparent safety barriers for the operators area. On April 19th, Torrance Transit joined other regional operators in Los Angeles County in recommending that passengers wear face covering and masks on our buses and maintain 6 feet of physical distance from each other. Next slide. Our community outreach efforts include assisting with the planning, implementation, and execution of the Torrance Cares to Go program, where our bus operators serve as delivery drivers. We also utilize technology to communicate with our riders, providing daily updates on social media, transit app, and My Bus Info of current COVID-19 information and schedule changes. We've also reprogrammed our head sign to promote COVID-19 awareness, Torrance Alert, as well as a thank you message to all medical workers, first responders, transit operators, and essential workers for their hard work and sacrifice. We are also remotely servicing our senior residents for the Torrance Community Transit Program at the West Annex. Our staff members there, but she's calling our participants and making arrangements. Our ridership has decreased overall at this time, but on average, we're still experiencing approximately 5,000 passenger boardings each day. These dedicated riders include shoppers needing essential supplies, staff at our hospitals, our food service industry workers, and other essential duty personnel. And lastly, we are monitoring and applying for all grant funding opportunities to help supplement expenditures related to COVID-19, such as the CARE Act for transit. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Kim. And again, thank you to our employees for their continued service to provide these services and programs to our residents. And thank you to our residents and community for your cooperation during this very difficult time. At this time, I'll pause and open up if there are any questions by Mayor and Council, since I have all the department heads and managers on the line, or any questions you may have. This is a September file, no action required. Thank you.
Right. And thank you, Aram, and thank you to all of our employees and administrators for all the hard work you've done. I think anybody who's just seen this presentation recognizes that there's a lot of moving parts within a city. When you have a full-service city, there's services that are essential that you have to do, but besides the essential services, our employees have gone above and beyond to provide much-needed services, things that people just can't exist without, including deliveries of food, and now for our senior program to actually administer the COVID-19 testing right in the comfort of their own home, which otherwise they may not have been able to do. So on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank each and every one of our employees for everything they're doing to make each and every one of our residents and businesses that much more secure during these very troubling times. I saw my colleagues lifting their hands. I think each and every one did. So I think what I'll do is, since I have the block here, to my right on the screen would be Council Member Kalani. And I would, if you have any questions, please do it now. Thank you.
Well, I really don't have any questions. I just am hoping that everybody understands that this was a condensed report, and the city associates are working so hard to seamlessly transition our city to keep us all safe. This is week 2 for me here at the city, and the level of commitment by staff to protect our citizens and Torrance, it's unsurpassed. And I just want to say how much I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to George Chen, Council Member.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Aram and Leroy, the city manager, and the entire staff. I listened through this report, and a lot of people don't even know that behind the scenes, the staff also helps us every week to prepare for every council meeting, and this to the minute detail. And you can tell, what they do for us, and they're always looking for ideas to do even better to help the residents. Especially, they know that the residents a lot of times feel like they're being locked up, but I think the new programs my deepest heartfelt appreciation to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I too believe the staff is irreplaceable here. They've done such a great job putting everything together. But enough of the patting on the back. I would like to discuss some of the key things that I think a lot of people want to hear, or at least get direction, is stuff like, when are the parks going to be reopening, golf courses, the beach? Do we have flexibility as a city to open up the beaches? Let's say a few of us decided tonight, you know what, I think it's time that we open up the beaches, because my personal belief is that I see a lot of people walking by my house. It's nice to see people jogging, riding their bikes, but they're walking on a approximately 4-foot sidewalk, excuse me, right next to each other, when Wilson Park has a lot more space. The beach has, approximately 8 feet wide is the sidewalk down there. I think there's a lot of stuff that we might be able to ease up, still being prudent. We don't want to create a situation where, we get in trouble. But at the same time, I really do think if we have the flexibility of opening up some things up, taking the precautions, face coverings, social distancing, keeping everything clean and such. I have a concern about businesses. I do deal with a lot of small businesses in town, and a few of them brought up great points, such as like a warehouse, a 1,000-square-foot warehouse where the husband and wife send out, they mail out little porcelain knickknacks. That's what they've been doing for years. That's their business. And right now they can't even be inside their warehouse, according to what the city told them. But yet Amazon is still able to ship little porcelain knickknacks. And I think there's a certain level of frustration from some of the business owners that see Amazon, a major giant, just being able to ship whatever they want, wherever they want, and at probably a lot cheaper price. So my point is, if we have, as a city, the ability to start easing up some of these restrictions, especially, warehousing, to where they have zero contact with the public other than the delivery person maybe picking up the packages to ship out. There's other types of businesses like offices that operate strictly over the phone. One could argue that they could work from home, but maybe all their file cabinets are at the office, and they might only have, 2 or 3 employees in a 600-square-foot office. If we can come up with some policy to where, as an example, 1 employee per 200 square feet, still practicing social distancing and face coverings and sanitizing stuff, if we have that option, I would like for us to start talking, opening up some of these businesses that, quite honestly, if it gets extended past May 15th, they may not be coming back to work, according to many that I've talked to.
Councilman,
that's all I have.
As I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, we are under the orders of the County of Los Angeles. We can explore with them the issues that you've raised and bring them up to them. We're having a very difficult time getting answers from them. The county health people are somewhat challenging to get good answers for any elaborations or expansions. When we talk to the business section later on in your agenda, we're recommending we aggressively seek to propose and explore the Ventura County rules, which kind of follow what you've talked about here. And if they loosened them up as the County of Ventura, I think we'd answer many of your questions. But we're dependent, because we are subject to the county, to go to them to have those modifications. If we were Pasadena or Long Beach, which has their own departments, we could step out. But in this particular case, we have to go to the county and seek their modifications and changes. They're very challenging to meet with and to change in these areas. They're handling a lot of stuff, but we certainly would suggest we take a strong position with regards to those issues. We've also mentioned the beach is under the county guideline again, what they adopted and took forward. City of Torrance did our own analysis, and I operated in a closure for our beach because our beach is unusual. It's a state and county and city beach. We could open it up, but if the rest of them don't, it becomes very complex on how we would interface with them. There are meetings being held now amongst the beach cities and the County Board of Supervisors to see if those beaches could be opened up sooner than later.
Yeah, it just seems like in my mind, I just want to make sure I'm unmuted here. In my mind, it seems like there's a lot more concentration of people on sidewalks. Of course, people staying at home, they're going to be in their neighborhood, but I think almost like if we spread it out through the parks and other areas that you can still practice social distancing and be safe. But the main thing I personally think is a lot of these, I don't know exactly, I think we have 13,000 business licenses here in Torrance. A lot of them have been shut down, and a lot of them don't really have people going into them. They operate pretty much with a skeleton. They could technically operate with a skeleton crew, and also practice social distancing and do it safely. But I mean, if you're telling me that we're under the guidelines of LA County, it seems like what's going to happen. What's Plan B when May 15th comes around? They say we're going to stay closed till August. I'm just hypothetically speaking. Is there a Plan B?
We would have to challenge the authority of the County of Los Angeles Health Department on these rules and regulations. More of a city attorney question. As it stands right now, they have total authority in this area.
Okay, I guess we can do a follow-up email for us and also looking at exploring different ways of legally doing this. But when you say challenge, do you mean like a court challenge doing them?
First off is we're recommending in our item later on that we aggressively seek the county to address some of these issues. If they don't address it, then yes, maybe something we'll have to deal legally with.
Okay. And of course, and I apologize for not bringing this up earlier. A lot of these questions kind of arise as we talk, and as I listen, other things pop up into my mind, and I also feel that the public should know what these discussions are, and I do appreciate everything that staff is doing. I do take this problem seriously, but at the same time, we need to try to protect our small businesses as well, and give them some flexibility, whatever that flexibility might be. That's something that we should probably discuss relatively soon. So I'm done for now. Thank you, Mayor.
On to Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I do want to give the kudos to staff, and we've adapted to a challenge that we've never had to face in our lifetimes. And so the whole city and our community has reacted, in my opinion, tremendously well. But now it's time for us to start managing that reaction into closer to what should be reality. And I do have to agree with Councilman Matucci that I've always questioned the determination of what is an essential business. And if you ask a lot of folks, almost all businesses could be considered essential depending on whom you ask. And I really do agree that there are many, many businesses out there today that with the proper guidelines of social distancing and so forth, that they could operate without any detriment. We have sufficient resources available in our community. Our hospitals are not overloaded. I think we can really look forward to start moving forward in a responsible way to help bring back our economy before we just completely destroy it. I understand we're under the guidelines of the county for their rules and regulations, but here's an example of the county's South Coast Botanic Garden is open, yet our own Madrona Marsh is closed. So I would think our marsh is an area where people would love to have the opportunity to get out and about when they've been cooped up. And it's an easily manageable facility because it has only one entrance, that we could manage the amount of people going into that facility and allow people to get into the outdoors where there's, has been proven by studies, even less chance of contracting COVID-19. And so I think that there are some areas that we could be looking at a little bit more closely and differently. And unfortunately, as a council, we're not going to be meeting for 2 more weeks. And in 2 more weeks, we could have dozens of businesses closing by then. And I really think we need to be working rapidly to try to find ways to get more of our businesses open that will not create a detriment to the overall community. So those are my comments, but I appreciate all the work that's been done and hope that we can continue to react in an appropriate way to move forward.
Councilmember Goodrich?
And I think enough has been said, so I'd just like to express my sentiments and say thank you to all those involved in getting us through this.
Thank you. If everything's been said, this is a community matter, then I would at this time ask if do you take a motion to accept and file?
This is Councilman Matucci, a motion to accept and file.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
That motion
Consent
carries.
calendar, again, I promised myself I'd wait for you, Rebecca, but I did not. Thank you. Consent calendar is the next item, and there's none scheduled. So now we're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. If any members of the public want to speak on items 9A, 9B, 9C, and or 9D, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, that's 310-618-2404.
I think we can move on with the items now, Mayor. Michael, you may pause the music.
Okay. Item 9A is from Finance to approve a budget plan through June 30, 2020 and fiscal year 2020-2021 budget phases for rebalancing from staff.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. What we have before you tonight is the first step of our third challenge for the City of Torrance. This relates to the financial and budget impact as a result of the COVID-19 response. Eric Tsao will share with you a short-term and a long-term setup to meet the requirements of a balanced budget. You will not be approving a budget, but rather the process to develop a budget, but will be asked to begin that process. The city manager, along with Eric Tsao, have shared the approach to be taken. The first action returns to you will have recommendations, but will include all possible scenarios. Options that will be presented to you will respond to the city manager's recommendations and to leave to you how to balance the revised budget. This is very challenging. We are short for the short term and we're short for the long term, and we're going to have to be rather nimble on how we approach it. We've compressed the time frames for budget evaluation. Technically, this would have been the second year of a budget. but we have to move rather quickly to seek ways to balance that budget as we go forward. With that, then, Eric Sau, our finance director, will walk you through where we are and what steps we are exploring. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Your Honor, members of the council. Next slide. Next slide. Tonight, I'm going to go over a few, this is kind of the agenda for tonight's presentation. I will talk about the budget impact, those caused by the cyber incident on March 1st, 2020, the COVID-19, how it affects our revenues, our expenditures, and one of those expenditures that's the material is going to go up is CalPERS. And then federal state assistance is unknown at this time. We're hoping we will get some. If we do get some, it'll probably be more one-time monies and not recurring funds. Then I'll go through some of the mitigation and rebalancing ideas that staff has gone through, and then go over the schedule for the budget rebalancing, and then our staff recommendation for rebalancing the budget. Next slide. Currently, as Mr. Jackson said, we are in the first year of a two-year adopted budget. Technically, the city has an adopted budget until June 30, 2021. However, as you know, we will need to rebalance that budget for this year and, of course, the fiscal year beginning July 1st and ending on June 30, 21. Technically, since we have an adopted budget for 2 years, we are not required to have formal budget hearings, just for your information. And being in a two-year budget now does provide us some flexibility to better explore all options should we need to go past the July 1st fiscal year. Pass. Next slide. Talking about the cyber incidents, the city does have insurance coverage. We do have a $50,000 deductible for the several policies that will be drawn against, but it should cover all the costs due to the cyber incident we had back in February 28th, 29th. The incident response was split up into three different areas: forensics, mitigation, and, of course, the after-action report. In the forensics area, we did identify computer zero, preliminary findings up to basically the 21st. We thought there was no data exfiltration. However, we did notice, the forensics team did notice some information or some reports being posted on the dark web. And so they are going and researching and analyzing that. At this time, we're seeing what data was posted, and then what we would need to do if that information was sensitive. As far as mitigation, for all intent and purposes, all our PC servers and applications have been restored, and we're to the point where the after-action report, and we should have that in a draft report sometime next week. Next slide. As we move on to the COVID-19, some of our assumptions that the virus will run its course by the end of September. What is unknown out there at this time is, will it return in the winter or like January, February, March area? The supply chain will be normal by late summer, and then the retail sales will bottom out by the fourth quarter fiscal, which is June 30 of this year. What's unknown still is the recovery. Will it be V-shape, L-shape? I hear both sides, and so at this time it's unknown. And as many of you know, that many businesses, especially small businesses, may not return because they just couldn't handle the cash flow issues caused by the COVID-19. As you know, there will be high unemployment. Consumer spending will be at issues, and so most of the retail sales have been shut down. And will the COVID-19 habits alter permanently on people's shopping habits? Will they return to the mall? Will they return in-person shopping? Next slide. As you look at the revenue impact of COVID-19, we're looking at basically a $17.6 million shortfall caused by COVID. Pre-COVID or prior to March, there was roughly we were seeing a shortfall in the general fund of roughly $2 million in utility users tax, and another $500,000 spread around all other general fund revenues. And so our impact for this fiscal year is looking at about $20 million shortfall. Next slide. As you put that in perspective, you can see the revenues of the general fund. Sales tax is the largest revenue source for the general fund, and we get about $53 million. We are projecting that forecast to be down by $6.1 million. And as you go down that chart, property tax, we receive about $40 million. Not as large of an impact, but still roughly $1 million shortfall. Utility users tax takes another hit, roughly down $4 million. Occupancy tax, no surprise there, since a lot of our hotels and motels have been shuttered, and so we expect roughly almost a $3 million shortfall. Business license, 1.2, and all other areas of the general fund, roughly about $2.5 million. Next slide. Another area on the expenditure side, CalPERS, the investment return as of December 2019, just a few months ago, was earning about 5% for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. Unfortunately, March 2020, the preliminary number is down or minus 4%, so it swung about 9% in those 3 months. At this time, staff is using a projection of that the investment return out CalPERS will be about minus 5%. We did talk to PERS and try to get them to give us what they thought their return may be. They had heavy caveats, and they threw out there possibly minus 4%. At this time, staff, we are using minus 5. Just to put this in perspective, the prior recessions that the city has dealt with, the Great Recession back in 2008 and 9, the PERS return was minus 5% roughly, and minus 23 in those 2 consecutive fiscal years. And the .com post 9/11, that was back in 2001, 2002, saw their portfolio drop about 7% and 6% respectively. Next slide. So the June 30, 20 valuation ends this fiscal year. Any losses of the portfolio, which we are projecting at minus 5, will be amortized over a 20-year period. And what PERS does is for the first 5 years, it ramps up each and every year for the first 5 years and becomes level from year 6 on. At the 5% loss projection, we expect PERS costs to increase for the city starting in July 22 and 23 of roughly $3.5 million. The next year, 23-24, it would jump up by $3.5 to $7 million and keep jumping up for the next 3 years for a total of $17.5 million annually for the increase in any one given year, and then be level from year 6 through 20. The city does project COLAs and puts a COLA in the budget for the long-term forecast from the year 3 and on. So most of these increases in PERS could be offset should the city decide not to provide any COLAs for its employees or its labor force for those years. Next slide. The overall impact of the budget for the next fiscal year, starting in July, is roughly $25 million, and that's roughly the $20 million reduction that I just showed you, and then plus in there roughly $5 million because we had revised growth projections in that budget, bringing us to 25. Our projection in front of you tonight honors the negotiated packages for police and fire. Police has a MOU negotiated package that expires 12/31/23, and fire with a package expiring June 30, 22. Those negotiated increases are roughly about $4.7 million for police and $1.8 million for fire. As you can see, roughly the percent increase that will be effective July 1st, 2020 for police would be 4%, and fire would be plus 3%. And then the beginning of fiscal year 21-22, it'd be 3%, and then the police has one more year for July 1-22, and that's a package of 2%. Well, also we did when we looked at the projection is we tried to separate the fixed costs from the variable component of the budget, because even though the $25 million number is roughly 11% of the total general fund, there are areas that we are not allowed to reduce because it's a fixed cost, such as debt service, the unamortized liability of PERS, there's some software, insurance, et cetera. So if you look at just the variable portion of the general fund, it's roughly about 16% general fund. Next slide. As we look at the forecast at 22-28, we show the percent of variable cost is roughly 15.9 or 16%. Slight drop in 21-22, and it creeps up again to 15.5, 16.2, and then kind of gets, and that's where it peaks and starts declining again in 27-28. So our target figure that we're shooting for in the department reductions or rebalancing is roughly the 16% number. Again, the projection assumptions include the revenue impacts for the COVID-19. It assumes no raises for the unsettled contract years outside the two contracts that I showed you before. It assumes minimal material increases, and also assumes for the emergency medical service, the Culture Arts Center, and the Parks and Recreation Enterprise Funds also follow reductions of roughly 16% because those funds are heavily subsidized by the general fund. And, of course, it includes the additional PERS cost increases from the projected investment losses. Next slide. We look at this chart when we were asking departments for their reduction scenarios. We like to be in the top part of this chart, in the green area. We want high cost savings with a short implementation. However, should the reduction scenarios provide high cost savings but take longer to implement, we're also very interested in those also. The areas that we're not as much interested for departments, of course, are the low-cost savings that take a long time to implement, or the low-cost savings under the short implementation. Next slide. So some of the areas that automatically come to thought are freezing vacancies, looking at what positions or people are going to retire, or attrition, consolidation and restructuring of duties and functions within departments and within the city, negotiating revised benefits and wages, and the last resort would be furloughing and layoffs. And of course, we will revisit all our non-wage expenditures and our capital expenditures to see if there's any savings there. Next slide. We currently have 114 vacant positions, roughly, in the city. As you can see, there's 28 positions in the enterprise fund, roughly 60 in the general fund, and there's 27 in the safety areas, which are 13 in fire and another 14 in police. Next slide. When we look at staffing reductions and freezes for positions, because of the way the PERS unfunded liability is, and that's a fixed cost, a department reducing a miscellaneous position would only benefit roughly about 90 or 91% of the actual savings of that position. And of course, in police and fire, where our PERS rates are a little bit higher, that is down to 77.5% and roughly 80% in fire. Next slide. So as we told departments, everything is on the table. No idea is a bad idea. So as we look forward, of course, the social distancing requirements and protocols are going to change the way we do business for room rentals, theater, classes, library, recreation programs, et cetera. So it is going to be a material impact in all those programs. Looking at outside contracts, can we bring them in-house, such as a graffiti, shopping cart, et cetera, to save city staff? Then also out there, can we move, or those employees may want to move from full-time to part-time status? And so they would earn a full year of their PERS credit or full-time benefits and so forth. Renegotiating service and maintenance contracts. We have people approaching the city saying that they aren't able to pay rent and so forth. So we're going to go to our vendors and contracts and see if we can get a break on what we're paying for our services, and et cetera. Next slide. An area that we will explore, it's not widely probably be accepted, but do we want to increase the cost recovery for our fees for our charges for service and community development in the permitting center and so forth? Currently, we're about 82% of general fund recovery. Or we also go to the cultural and recreation programs in general government to see if we want to increase cost recovery in that area also. Something that we are going to explore. Next slide. Looking at what we do in the city. Do we consolidate division functions across departments? We look at looking at park maintenance and streetscape maintenance. Is it wise to combine those two areas? Looking at all the administrative analysts, do we put them in a pool under finance? The transit store, or the one-stop permit center where we have cashiering counters, do we want to combine them in basically into one location? Transit and fleet and general services fleet consolidation. Do we want to move to a 24-hour schedule for social distancing and to permit that? Do we look at the storekeeper? We have storekeepers in transit and 3 different departments. Do we combine them into one? And so, again, looking at all department consolidations. Again, looking at meet and confer. Do we look to defer the police and fire negotiated raises? Do we defer step increases, longevity, and premiums? Do we revisit work schedules? Next slide. Again, also, we look at our funding that we provide to community-based organizations, Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, the Rose Bowl, Armed Forces Day, 4th of July, the Grants Program. As we explore and expand working from home, can we free up enough space that we can lease it out to a third party or the private sector? Or do we bring back off-site storage once we free up storage space? Next slide. So those are kind of things that we've asked departments just to get them to start thinking as they start working on their rebalancing strategies to rebalance and hit that 16% number. The schedule going forward is basically we talked to the departments back on 4/16. We did talk to the labor groups on the 17th. We are here tonight in front of the council and also the public tonight. We have asked the department scenarios with a deadline due back to us May 4th, and then we'll start all the department meetings for the next 2-week period from May 4th to May 18th, and then we will be back in front of council hopefully in either late May or early June with the city manager proposed changes to rebalance the budget. That would be back to city council. Next slide. So immediately action that staff is recommending from now to June 30th is doing a hiring freeze of those 114 positions and any other position that becomes vacant between now and June 30th. That will save the city roughly $700,000 to the general fund, an additional $150,000 in the other funds for a total of $850,000. And that, again, includes 27 positions in police and fire, 60 positions in general fund, and 28 in enterprise funds. The only exception with this would be essential and critical positions. It would be a case-by-case basis, and that would be determined by the city manager. We would also delay major expenditures, and then looking at the shifting employees from the general fund to enterprise funds should those enterprise positions become vacant to save the general fund. Next slide. In addition to that, because we're so late in the fiscal year, we project to use one-time monies to help us balance or rebalance the budget for this fiscal year. Typically, in any given fiscal year, we have savings of roughly $2.5 million. We defer payment to the replacement funds would save us $2.4 million, and those replacement funds would be mainly the vehicle replacement and computer replacement. We could draw from the economic anomaly reserve, which we have about $14.5 million. We have set aside roughly $3.6 for PERS cost mitigation of $3.6 million, and then if we in dire needs, we could also borrow from the replacement funds of roughly $6 million. And that would help us balance or rebalance the current fiscal year. And if we have reduction scenarios from departments and anything we can implement sooner than July 1st, we would elect to do that. And then for the 2021 budget on, we've asked departments to prepare basically the 16% reduction scenarios of variable cost, which is due back to us in early May. Next slide. And that concludes the staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate all the information. A lot to digest at this time, but something we have to go forward with and be prepared. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak under item 9A, I'd think that this time would be a good time for you to call in and get in the hotline queue while we go through the discussions with my colleagues on the council. I'm just going to go the same way that I did before because I'm certain that absolutely everybody will have something to be said. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, it is a lot to digest, and I'd like to take some more time to look at it before I make comment. I think the staff has done a really good job looking at every option that they have on the table right now. So I think I'll turn it over to my fellow council members at this time.
Yeah, really, and there's nothing wrong with that because these are projections of things to do, and we're going to be coming back here in 2 weeks with some real good detail about it. So this will give us all the time to really digest what is things that we really see as important to address, and some things are very important to keep. Councilmember Chen?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you, Eric, for your team and the entire city jumping on to look at the situation very quickly. Eric, you had an assumption in the report earlier that assumed, I think it was the assumption that the COVID would go up to like September of this year. I just want to make sure I understood what that assumption means because I know it's kind of a wild card. It's hard to predict COVID-19. Was that assumption the way I should interpret it is, we have the May 15th, the safer at home protocol from the LA County Public Health. Would that assumption in your report that says September would be that the November 15th sort of moves to September, or does it account, or maybe I should ask it that way, because if we start opening up earlier, then we potentially, and not that the number magically gets better, but at least it could get a little better because we could start getting, business going and income coming in.
Thank you, Councilmember. No, what we projected in the forecast basically is we figure or we're counting on that stores will begin to open prior to the end of this fiscal year. So in one manner or the other. What we're saying is that
before June 30th.
Correct. So and we hope not, should the stay-at-home order or whatever, because of whatever reason, go beyond July 1, that would further impact, and most likely, some more loss of revenues. But we have projected that businesses which will be able to basically open by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Very good start, and I understand. None of us have that crystal ball. Thank you very much. That's it for now, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on the 114 vacancies. I think the city, it seems like we're still operating okay. Are those considered, I hate to say it, like non-essential in the sense like they're needed, but we can do without? Also, those vacancies, are they creating a major increase in overtime?
The positions that we have there, some positions are that typically we would recruit for, especially in the safety area, normally because of the vacancy factor, and then yes, the overtime, but also the fatigue for the ongoing overtime. The other positions, we'd have to look at a case-by-case basis to see if they can remain vacant for a long period of time. But typically what we'll do with the vacancy list is use that to see if they may be one of the positions that department would elect to furlough or no longer need. But if it's not, then what we would do is we would just move people around. but it's hard to say that on of all 60 positions in the general fund are it just because of timing. Some positions are vacant because someone's left, someone was promoted, et cetera.
Eric, Councilman, this is Adam Shafarian. If I may add, we will also be looking at our projected retirements within the next 6 months, 12 months, even up to 2 years. Departments may project vacancies and be able to prioritize based on the upcoming vacancies and be able to decide to maintain some of the ones you see on the list. But for the short term, our recommendation is to maintain positions vacant through the next budget cycle. And part of the department deliberation process is for departments to come to us with long-term reduction scenarios, which may include, again, permanent elimination of positions or reprioritization of the coverage.
Okay, there was also talk about moving some of these general fund positions to the enterprise funds. How does that affect, I guess, their job titles or departments? Are they completely changing departments?
In some instances, they may, where we have to look at their skill set, ability to train, and give a little bit of latitude in that transition. Obviously, we still have to negotiate the impact of any move, but that'll be a decision that'll follow once council gives us direction. Eric?
Okay.
Yeah, basically, so sometimes if there's a vacancy in an enterprise fund and it's the same job class, then it's pretty easy. The reason why we are freezing positions also in the enterprise funds in case, basically to avoid any layoffs or furloughs. And so if we could, let's say a person in the general fund position is being recommended to furlough or no longer or laid off, then we would look to see could they go over to if there's a vacancy someplace in the enterprise fund, so then that employee is not displaced. They may be doing something different, but at least they have an income, and that's so we're trying to avoid that if we could, to avoid anybody actually being laid off.
And two more quick things. June 30th, 2020 seems like a very short distance away. Is there any particular reason why we're going just for a couple months out instead of going a longer term on the hiring freezes, or I guess that would be part of our short-term plan?
The hiring freeze will probably continue past June 30th, but what we did is we needed to try to rebalance the current fiscal year, which ends June 30th. And so we that one slide shows how we would rebalance the current fiscal year that ends in 3 months.
Okay, and so the financial impact are actually happening as we speak. So these projections are based on this particular quarter that we're actually living through right now.
And basically the impact of the reduction in revenues from the COVID-19, which would also go beyond this fiscal year into next and the following.
Of course. Okay, then there's also talk about bringing in-house. Is there a cost analysis that maybe we can see, for instance, graffiti, shopping carts, illegally dumped items? We used to have an illegally dumped item contract. They were doing a fabulous job. They had some issues, I guess, and I'd like for us to continue with that, but I've already expressed my opinions on that. The shopping carts, I thought we were going to bring back an item to discuss that expense. I know it's just a couple $1,000s a month, but a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there adds up. And as we know, the graffiti contractor has been doing a fabulous job. My question would be, would there actually be a cost savings bringing it in-house when we know that the work is being done properly at a relatively inexpensive cost? When I think in-house, I'm thinking, besides, the whole bureaucracy of cities doing stuff, we know that private sector can do it cheaper. Cities always cost more. But that's neither here or there. The fact that they're doing a great job bringing it in-house, do we know how much it would cost to actually bring it in-house, and is there actually a cost savings there?
Councilman, we would do that would be part of the analysis that we do, and so we are not. We would want to be very efficient in any program change that we would do, and so if it was didn't net any savings, then we would not recommend it.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. There's a lot of effort, and this is all new to me. I'm sure it's new to many of us. So I really do appreciate that we're taking a proactive approach to trying to fix this or balance it out. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Eric, thanks for your report. All things considered, I think you did a really thorough job on covering the highlights. I did have a question about your projected scenarios for the next several years going out, and I didn't get an opportunity to see that real clearly, but you were showing increases in our revenues, if I'm not mistaken, every year. Were those the original projections, or were those the modified projections as a result of your estimation of the impact of the COVID-19?
Those are revised projections based on the new base.
Yeah, that's the screen right there. All right, so yeah, you show increases in revenue, projected revenues. So those have been adjusted as a result of the COVID-19 impacts to your best, estimates.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Obviously, I'm really anxious to see what the departments come back with for their suggestions on how to implement the necessary cuts. I don't want to micromanage the departments, so I'd obviously rather see them do a good job of making those suggestions. But the one thing that really wasn't talked about at all in your assessments here was the use of overtime. And I don't have a good sense of it because we don't really ever get those numbers presented to us as far as how much the city is spending in overtime for staff. And so I did already ask the city manager earlier today to try to get that information so that we can see how much we've been spending on overtime, and would really like to see us, if possible, provide an elimination, a complete elimination of overtime, except for potentially super critical type places. And so that was one oversight I felt that wasn't really talked about in your projection. So when the departments come back with us, I'd like to see how they can address the use of overtime and hopefully work to minimize, if not eliminate that. And as much as I hate to see it and value our employees, I was happy to see that furloughs and layoffs was listed as a potential option. Our business brethren have been very quick to furlough and lay off their employees to help try to keep them functional. And as much as I hate to see it, I think we need to at least keep that option on the table for us, and as much as we can within our employee groups. So I think overall it was very thorough with the addition of the overtime discussion. I'd like to obviously see the details from the departments before we go into further detail. Thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Couple questions on the overtime note. Are there situations where the overtime can actually present cost savings to the city?
Yes, council member. Based on because of our labor costs and PERS costs, overtime is slightly less expensive than carrying a full-time employee in that one respect. However, overtime over a long period of time, there's a fatigue factor, and it does cost, and we think it probably does cause some other workers' comp issues.
Okay, so the city's position is to use that strategically?
Yes, we always on the table, and anytime we do any budget reduction scenarios, overtime is always analyzed to see what savings that would generate, and how the job functions or the functions of the department would also be covered.
Got it. Thank you. One other question I had is might be a question for the city manager or the fire chief. What is the current status of the assistant emergency operation manager's position that we had filled for a brief time, but unfortunately we lost that individual to another city, and has been vacant for some time now?
Councilman, this is Adam. The position was, if you recall, part of our current year's balancing. We had to take several positions, including an assistant to the city manager in our office, as a vacancy of as a result of a vacancy, and staff assistant, which was assigned as emergency assistant coordinator, was one of those positions that was on a 2-year hold. Based on the current financial situation, those positions will also be recommended for permanent reduction, unless we come up with some alternative scenarios where we could restore. But in the current situation, those positions will also be reduced.
Okay. Just for the public's benefit and also some of the newer council members' benefits, going back 3 years ago, there was unanimous council support to bring back the Torrance Community Emergency Response Team and funding for that. And so it's disappointing to me that this position is still not filled after all these years. Why would this position not be considered an essential position? It's an emergency operations position. We only have one person filling those duties right now. So why wouldn't the assistant position be considered essential, given that we're in an emergency?
Councilman, we have relied on other, and Chief can speak to this, and we appreciate your sentiment very much. Especially now, we realize the value, we always have, but very crucial to have a very capable emergency operations team. But we have relied on other team members to provide the support, and part of the direction that council can provide is explore alternative ways of covering that, except it'll require trade-off in another part of the organization. Chief, if you want to address how you've been able to cover some of that staff shortage, it'd be appreciated.
Good evening, Councilman. During the activation of the EOC, we've been able to try and balance, not try, but we've been able to effectively balance out the workload. Our Deputy Chief, Dumais, has assumed some of those responsibilities. We've also had the ability to bring in an intern who's provided some direction and support, not direction, but provided the support to the current situation. So we've been effectively able to manage the incident. I understand the frustration with the office assistant that was filled. As you mentioned, she took another position with the City of Los Angeles. I believe that was last year. So the position was filled for a period of time, but unfortunately, during the reduction in budget, the position was frozen. So moving forward, we'll obviously look for any solutions to try and ensure that we have the capability of handling any and all emergencies. But as of right now, we're effectively managing the EOC with the staff that we have in place.
Okay. So the staff that are in place, are they doing the originally envisioned work of coordinating volunteers for the CERT program that can be used as a force multiplier to help us out in this emergency situation?
Our focus right now is the emergency in front of us, and moving out on a volunteer corps or a CERT program is not on the priority list. Our primary mission right now is to ensure that we have the capability of addressing any surge capacity or any surge of the COVID-19 crisis. We don't have the capability of marching out or moving out on a CERT program as of right now. And the event we find ourselves in better ground in regards to the incident, then we can explore alternative solutions. But as of right now, our primary mission is to ensure that we're focused on addressing the incident and not developing a volunteer corps or CERT program.
Okay. I'm being told quite often these days that city staff is very busy and doesn't have capacity for anything else. Surely there's got to be room for where volunteers could help us somewhere across the entire organization, right?
Councilman, to a certain extent, this is a peculiar disaster, in which social distancing, different types of activities have been difficult to bring volunteers into the setting. We're actually pushing our employees out. They're having to deal from home and other locations. This is a very unusual disaster that we're handling at this point in time.
Okay. Could they be used to perhaps help deliver meals or assemble meals for the Torrance Cares to Go program?
It's challenging because they're in city vehicles. We can constantly explore volunteers. It's just very difficult to bring them out of their houses to be involved in public settings when our purpose is to keep them in their houses as part of the stay-at-home effort that's going on right now.
Okay. Well, I would have to respectfully disagree. I know plenty of volunteers that are aching to get out of their house, and although we want to discourage people from leaving their house in an emergency capacity where they're helping provide for the greater good and helping, let's say, people that are disadvantaged or seniors would, I'm sure, certainly be welcome. I would really appreciate a little bit of that. I'll keep it short, but I would really appreciate if the city could find a way to make an emergency operations position an essential item, given that it's an emergency come June here.
We hear you. We'll certainly look at it as we explore the budget scenario.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess at this time we'll take some input from the public to the call center. Do we have any calls lined up for 9A?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie Wand. I do have one caller on the line if you're ready for me to let him on.
Yes, we are.
Micah, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thanks,
Micah,
Katie.
are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Katie. Hello, Mayor, Council, and most importantly, City staff. On behalf of President David Inez, myself, and the entire AFSCME Local 1117 Executive Board, we want to extend our desire of partnering with city management in order to come up with creative ways to save the city money while at the same time minimally impacting the hardworking frontline employees that carry the city's services on their back. 1117's 500-plus members are part of that labor force, and they all want to be instrumental in keeping the city and community moving in an upward and positive direction. Lastly, we'd like to give a special thanks to Katie Wan's tireless effort as the labor relations liaison for the city manager's office during this pandemic. Hers and also many other staff's work does not go unnoticed by our union. Thank you very much for your time, and everyone be safe.
Thank you, Mike, and hopefully you and your family are staying safe as well, and all of our employees. We certainly wish nothing but health and help to get through this, that's for sure. Caller Center, anything else?
Mayor, this is Katie. I do not see any other callers on the line at this time.
Okay. Well, since the council has been heard and we've heard from the public, I'd like to take a motion at this time to approve our budget plan and budget phases for rebalancing so that we can bring this back in a timely manner and square it away. Do I have such a motion?
Yes, you do, sir. So moved. Is
Councilmember Matucci? We're using our hands, and Councilmember Chen raised his hand.
I don't know. Whatever.
Mayor, if you're calling me, I move to concur with staff recommendation with the planning to rebalance the budget.
Okay. We have a second, Mr. Matucci.
Yes, sir. I second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Okay, we've been doing this for 2 hours now, and maybe even a little bit longer, so we're going to take a 5-minute break at this point. We'll go into recess.
Thank you. I ask that council please remain on your Zoom account while
Okay, we're back from our break and moving on the agenda. The next item will be 9B. And now, if there are members of the public who would like to speak under item 9B, we would like to have them call in now. This would be the perfect time to call in and get in the queue. And this specifically, item 9B, is from me to appoint a member and an alternate member to the South Bay City's Council of Government. Expenditure to the city is absolutely nothing. There was a miscommunication between me and staff. Unfortunately, they didn't quite understand what I was saying, but this slot at the Council of Government used to be Councilmember Rizzo. And as a result of the last election, he's no longer in office, so we need a replacement for him. Sometimes we wait for appointments to committees after a period of time, but the Council of Government is a very, very important governmental group of all of the cities in the South Bay, including Los Angeles and all the way up to Inglewood, all the beach cities and all the hill cities. And they handle a number of different items. A lot of that is through grants and through disbursements of monies that are collected under the propositions such as Proposition or Measure N, Measure R, and the previous ones. Also, they get a lot of grants. They do a lot of advocacy work. In any event, there is a meeting coming up of the board on April 23rd, and I tapped Councilmember Chen to handle this for us. I would appoint myself as the alternate because you have to be either the delegate or the alternate to vote for this. And as I said, it is a very, very important committee position. I asked Mr. Chen about it, and he agreed to get in there and work on it. I really believe he will do a fantastic job. He has the knowledge, skills, ability working in the private sector and then bringing those right here into our city council. And I think the COG will be well served, but more importantly, the city of Torrance will be well served by this appointment. Councilmember Chen, would you like to add anything to that, or just looking forward to it?
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you for the honor and privilege to opportunity to serve the city and represent the city. Should the rest of the colleagues approve your appointment, I'll be give my absolute best to help us.
We certainly know you will, and that's one of the reasons. And got to give a shout out to Councilmember Rizzo because he suggested I think George would be the guy. So he recognizes the talents that you do have there. Are there any other questions from the council? Anybody wish to be heard? To the call center, has anybody called in on item 9B?
Mayor, this is Katie Wand. I do not have any callers for item 9B. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have to give, it's sort of like a bartender. Should then I say last call for item 9B? If no one wishes to be heard, then I'd entertain a motion to concur with the appointment to the South Bay Council of Governments. Councilmember Goodrich?
Councilmember Goodrich, so moved.
Councilmember Griffith?
Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmembers Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Good.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 9C from the city manager's office. Again, this would be a good time if you're listening and you would like to speak on item 9C to call in at this time to 310-618-2404, and we'll put you in the queue. And this Item specifically is from the city manager to establish a business assistance program in response to COVID-19 and to appropriate funds from the Economic Development Reserve from city staff.
Ms. Fulton, are you on the line, Fran?
Sorry about that. I hit my menu button instead of Mike. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager here. Item 9C is a request for Council to consider approving the establishment of a business assistance program in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. There is a supplemental to this item which provides clarification on the language of the proposed program and also asks for Council to appropriate the funds from the Economic Development Reserve if you are in approval of creation of the program. Additionally, there is a response to a question asked by Councilman Griffiths regarding the balance in the Economic Development Reserve and where these funds come from. The answer to that question is, in the reserve we have $1,029,000, and these funds come from a year-end carryover in the general fund. So the Office of Economic Development has provided assistance to the business community for years, but during these unprecedented times, it seems appropriate to step up our assistance, particularly to our small businesses. We would like to strengthen our existing partnership with the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, which is primarily funded by the Small Business Administration and operated locally by El Camino College, and seek their assistance in helping us roll out a micro-grant program utilizing some of our economic reserve funds. The SBDC can also offer additional guidance to these businesses in the areas of cash management, accounting, marketing, contracting, and other technical assistance. So they would, in essence, be able to help businesses. If we're able to give them financial assistance, the SBDC would help us administer that, but also provide a helping hand to these businesses during the recovery period. I've had preliminary conversations with our local SBDC, as well as the one in Long Beach, to learn more about how they are assisting the City of Long Beach with their emergency assistance loan program. In addition to direct funding assistance, we are looking to subsidize certain fees, such as building permit expediting and conditional use permit modifications. Another area where we would like to provide relief is by deferring certain payments as water service for small businesses and fire inspection fees. We have also heard from our hotel community that has been hit extremely hard by the COVID-19 emergency. We would like Council to consider deferring the current quarterly payment of transient occupancy tax for an additional 3-month period so that hotel properties may use this set-aside currently to be able to maintain or bring back employees or cover costs of current renovations. It was mentioned earlier that community development is assisting the Marriott with their inspections as they're undergoing room renovations right now. If that's able to continue to occur while they have a low occupancy, they'll be able to hit the ground running when the airlines are back up and running and getting their crews in and being able to fill up those hotels again. We also will continue to monitor new available funding for business and promote information out to the Torrance business community. We've heard that at the federal level, there's been a new infusion for the payroll protection program. So again, we'll be putting that information out. And then also, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, advocating to Los Angeles County for the ability to start reopening some of our businesses, as Ventura County has started to do, while still enforcing social distancing and health safety protocols. As we develop this enhanced business assistance program, the Office of Economic Development will work with our cable and community relations group to get the word out, maximizing website, social media, and other modes of communication, both to and from our business community. I seek your approval to move forward with the development of this business assistance program and also for appropriation of the necessary funds from the Economic Development Reserve in order to carry this out. Thank you very much for your consideration. I stand by for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Fran. And I really appreciate the presentation. And this is really something that is very important to us as a governmental entity to help our small businesses any way we can. I don't know of any other governmental agency our size that's doing this at the present time, but I'm very proud to champion this one for us. I think we'll go the same way as we did before, but now these guys moved their seats. I thought they were going to stay where they were sitting before. So now it's time for Mr. Matucci over this direction. Anything from you, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mayor, and appreciated staff for putting this together. I do have some concerns. One of the biggest concerns is the fact that it's $500,000. As much as that sounds like a lot of money, but when you take into consideration the size of the city and how many businesses we have here, my question would be, one of the biggest questions would be, what businesses are we going to pick, how we're going to pick them, what's the criteria, and how much staff time is going to be really dumped into selecting this? I mean, are we going to spend $200,000 worth of labor force to try to pick 100 businesses to give them a check for $5,000, which could very well be operating expenses for, in some cases, a day or 2 days or maybe a week or even a month? I think the money probably could be better spent, in my opinion, if we actually concentrated on just on one thing, which is future business, something to basically incentivize getting permits now. Let's say, it mentions on here part of the plan is permitting or subsidizing some of those permit fees, licensing fees. I think if we use that $500,000 to subsidize new licensing, like a business license, or even renewals next January. Of course, that $500,000 could be gone in a matter of minutes. But permits, let's say somebody that's thinking about building, I'll give you an example, building an additional room for their business now that they're pretty much shut down. Is that something that we can maybe subsidize in the sense that there's no permitting fees? And, I like the idea of subsidizing some other fees, such as the fire inspection fee, but we're talking about $100 a year. I don't think it's going to make or break any business. I think if we truly want to make a difference, it would have to, A, be a much bigger amount, which we can't afford, and B, I think it would be wise to concentrate on one thing and make it worthwhile. And that one thing should be incentivizing new business instead of trying to partially survive, help somebody survive an extra week or two. Those are my thoughts. And I also think, if the money actually came from the general fund, if we have the ability just to put it back in there to help balance the budget, I'd also consider doing that because $500,000, in my opinion, is not going to help hardly anybody. And also, I think it leaves a little bit of favoritism on the table. The Marriott and the DoubleTree Hotel going to get most of that money because they're friends of the city. We have a relationship with them, and leave everybody else in the dust. Or are we going to equally, pick names out of a hat? It just leaves a lot to wonder, and I think it's going to create more problems and staff issues in the sense that staff time. We got a process that we have to go through to choose these businesses, and I think it's going to take a lot of time and efforts and money just to pick the businesses. And in the end, I don't think we're going to be making a dent. I'd almost opt to just give the money back, if we can, to the general fund to help close the gap, because $500,000 in labor costs saved, that could mean saving a few jobs from getting furloughed or possibly even terminated. So those are my views at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fran, for heading this up. I have a few questions, and at the end, there's one idea I'd like to share with you all that a local resident shared with me. So I'll just go down and be brief. 500K. My thought was we had the $2.2 trillion dollars that the government gave out, and there were some loans, and I believe last week it ran out. So the concern was, if we have X amount of businesses who gets it, and then it's first come, first served, and the other ones who don't get it, my concern was just it leaves a little bad taste. Yet, no good deed goes unpunished. Is there a blowback on that? Second question was the SBDC, if I think the report says El Camino will administer it, is there administration overhead costs that eats out of the 500K that we allocate? Because it's sort of like you really want to give the money, if we want to do this, to those who really need it, and not spend it on, I'm just call it administration overhead costs. And if it does, is there a way that we could administer it with, our own, or going back in the same philosophy? I think Councilman Goodrich was talking about the CERT. Are there experienced volunteers who may be able to come in to help administer this pro bono, if you will? I really favor anything we could do for deferred payment. That will really be helpful. And one thing, this one is a little bit of an idea that a resident shared with me, and that I'd like to at least share with all of you and Fran to see if this is even possible. I think the idea was we all want to help promote and keep local business. We're all trying to go, take out Tuesdays, go to local restaurants and stores wherever we can to keep our local business alive. What if there is a way that we can coordinate with all the local businesses, especially all the takeout places, or just to name a few, who really needs that cash flow to keep it going? And then maybe it's not everyone, the resident of Torrance, could do this. Maybe for those who have the financial ability, that these small businesses, if you will, or have some way to have these prepaid gift cards or vouchers, if you will, and a resident who has the means, not for everyone, to help keep this business going by buying, I'm going to make up something, $1,000 worth of food from this restaurant, and then you got enough people, this will hold this restaurant open for a while, but there's got to be some way which there is risk that the restaurant doesn't belly up, so that the resident can't go back and, use up their voucher as the restaurant get more healthy as the economy picks up, say, yeah, I had a $1,000 voucher. Today I want to buy $100 worth of food, so that they should get it back. But just an idea to all the residents who can and have the means may do a little, pay it forward. But it's a voucher, so they get it back. They help keep some of the business afloat in this certain time span. So it was an idea, so I thought I'd just float this across. Fran, as you contacted small businesses, is there something there? And I know there's some risk, but it's an idea. Those are all the comments I have so far. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fran, for your hard work in this project. It's so nice to know that the city's so supportive of their small businesses. I also have a question about what is the real net dollars that would be going to the businesses. Will the businesses be receiving the $500,000? And then, like I think Councilmember Bertucci asked, what's our real cost to doing this program, and how will that further impact our challenge budget? My other concern was, if you could help me understand, is who will actually be determining who qualifies for these funds? Is Is it a business with annual revenues less than $250,000 a year? Is it businesses that have shown that they're already negative and without this money they will be closing their doors? What will be the parameters for who gets the money and how much will they get? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Mayor, we lost your audio.
I'm sorry. Is Ms. Fulton on the line, or should we wait until we get done with Councilmember Griffiths and then she can answer all of those?
I am still here. I've kind of been taking fast and furious notes and would be happy to address all questions after everyone has addressed them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Councilman Kalani, were you finished with your questions? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak on this. Thank you, Fran, for your efforts and thoughts for our businesses in the city. The first thing I did was I took out my calculator and said, well, how many registered businesses do we have in the city of Torrance? And that number is $14,000 or 14,000. And if you divide that by the $500,000, that gets $35 per business. Obviously, we can't help all the businesses, and so yes, like everyone other before me has said, how do we choose which businesses we're going to support in this way without increasing a significant burden on bureaucracy that has a cost? I'm completely for the items on the item number 6, 7, and 8, which are all deferring items that ultimately really have no cost to the city except for the delay in receiving that revenue. Deferring the water service payments for commercial operations, defer the fire inspection fees, defer payments for transit occupancy tax to help our hotels. I have no problem with any of those, which don't really tap that $500,000. Currently, I think as the economic development manager, you still already have the ability to make recommendations to support our various businesses that may have needs with that money in that reserve as it is, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I am very concerned about the management of this program and the cost for doing so, and really the limited amount of money that would ultimately go to any business based on the sheer size number of businesses that we have in our city. And I'm concerned that the amount really wouldn't be substantial enough to really prevent anybody from going out of business. If they're that close to going out of business already, I'm not sure that we, even with that additional small amount, will be able to save them. I am kind of curious to know what our total income is for business permits and things like that, because maybe we should consider waiving our business permits for the first year to help businesses, both renewing and new, just have a little extra to keep them going. And maybe that's something we can do. I just don't have a handle on what the actual dollar amount is on that. So I have some concerns with this. So those are my comments at the moment.
Okay, Ms. Fulton?
Yes, okay. Couple things. The question about the cost for partnering with the Small Business Development Center. By partnering with them, they would be able to help us with the administration aspect of it, and we would not have to pay them a fee. The way it's worked in Long Beach is the businesses that qualify for, in their case it's a loan, in ours we'd be looking at grants. The businesses that qualify would then register with the Small Business Development Center and in essence become their clients of the Small Business Development Center. And the SBDC is funded through the SBA, so they're already funded to assist small businesses, so we wouldn't have an administrative cost by partnering with them. And that would help offset my time or other staff time within the city. The other thing, which we would still need to flesh out, is developing a criteria, a checklist, some kind of application process. And I would be against a first-come, first-served type of approach, as we've seen kind of the backlash of that with the larger funding streams. It could be difficult to identify which businesses would be granted. I think we'd have to look at that risk case. Working with the SBDC, which helps businesses process their applications for SBA loans. They look at credit worthiness. They have a variety of things that they work with the businesses to put a loan package together, so they have the expertise to kind of help us in identifying that criteria. As far as the hotels, we wouldn't be granting them any of this money. They would benefit from the deferral of the transient occupancy tax. So it's kind of two different segments of this program. I agree with you. $500,000 doesn't go a long way. We would have to figure out how much of that we would segregate out for the grants. And I'm calling it a grant because, as we've done in the past, we don't look to businesses to pay us back dollar for dollar of what we loan or grant out. We look at the jobs that they're bringing to the city or that they're retaining in the city, maybe utility users tax, the other benefits that they bring to our community. So we would need to really create a whole application tracking and reporting mechanism and hold those businesses accountable that would be able to take advantage of this. And your points about looking at the dollars of our permits, we might want to look at that a little bit more closely. Are there opportunities for us to defer or offset from some of this economic development reserve? And I'm trying to think if there were other questions that I missed. And the other thing is I think, would need to determine maybe the size of business and how much. You know, if we wanted to have a tiered approach by dollar amount, maybe a smaller business gets a smaller amount, you know, kind of depending on what their need is, we could kind of craft it and tailor it at different levels. Those are kind of my thoughts.
This is Leroy Jackson.
Yes,
you
sir.
kind of divided the project in two parts, and I thought your discussion on deferring as being one potential that we could deal with as not a cut into the 500,000, but as a possibility of helping our businesses within the community is a viable link. The others are that you have the waiving of certain fees that are discussed in 3, 4, and 5. Those could be done now. They're not based on criterion or other things, and they are across the board for organizations and operations as they come into space. Then you may wish to defer, still set the money aside, but defer the other two, the ideas, the micro grants and loans, and take a deeper investigation of that for us to come back and answer some of the questions that you've raised tonight and carry those forward to a future meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Let me go to the call center now. Has anybody called in on item 9C as in Charlie?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie Wand. No callers for item 9C. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a business assistant program proposal before the council. Does the council wish to take action? Any specific action you'd like? Would you like to concur with what Mr. Jackson just lined up, which is basically to waive fees for reopening, to waive or subsidize other permit-related fees, to defer water service, defer fire inspection, defer payments for transit occupancy tax, allow for marketing and public relations support through the Cable and Community Relations Department, and come back or maybe work out some more of the data on the micro grants and the grant loan preparation assistance. That's what I'm hearing from the council. I think there's an acclamation for items 3 through 9. Am I correct on that? And if I am, then I'd like to see a motion that we establish that portion of the business assistance program and bring back the micro grants and grant loan prep later. Councilmember Griffith? We're not hearing you.
He may have dropped from the call.
I believe he did, Mayor. This is Katie Wand. I believe he disconnected from the call unintentionally. Well, I'll let you know when he calls back in.
I think he's dialed in.
Mayor, while you're waiting for him, I would also want to mention that we do want to take action with the county with regards to the opening up, similar to the Ventura actions as well, and that we try seeking a forewarning of when businesses will be able to open so that we can help them get in line for operation.
Yeah, as part of this effort. Councilmember Griffith, are you back with us?
Yes, I am. My apologies. I hit the disconnect button instead of the mute button. My thoughts on this is kind of what I said earlier. Is I'm fine with items 6, 7, 8, and 9, no problems. Items 3, 4, and 5, I still feel like I need more information to know the amount of dollars we're talking about to really understand going ahead with those. Unless staff can provide that information right now, I feel like that needs to be clarified a little further before I could support it.
Councilman, I got word from the finance director that business license annually brings us in $10 million.
Yes, so certainly we couldn't waive business license fees, except for maybe we could set some sort of criteria on size of business or something like that. But without more details, it's hard for, I think, us to put a firm motion together. I would support items 3, 4, and 5 with additional information necessary before I could say yes.
Well, the other alternative is Councilwoman Kalani wants to be heard. So, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I personally would also like to see some kind of understandable criteria. You know, maybe businesses that didn't receive anything from a federal program or get any assistance, or for some reason they couldn't qualify. Is there a way to find out how many of our 14,000 plus businesses have already received federal assistance?
And as you were raising your hand, I was thinking the other thing is we can bring it back because obviously there's lots of questions by all the members on the council. So perhaps that may be the best motion is to table this and bring it back at a later date, and maybe after a little bit more of the detail now that Ms. Fulton has the questions that the council has raised. So maybe it'd be easier to address them once you know what they are.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Griffith has a thumb up, and Councilmember Chen had his hand up. Councilmember Chen, hands go over thumbs.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we bring this item back, I just want to make sure that there's a way we could capture what City Manager Jackson said about sending the letter of request to LA County that we're intending to do something similar to Ventura County. If we push this back, I'm just wondering, where do we catch that go-ahead action.
Let's ask Mr. Jackson about that. Mr. Jackson, is that a necessary item with regard to this, or is that something we can handle totally separately?
It's a necessary item of the council taking their action and carrying it forward. You can defer the rest of the item, and we'd bring it back in 2 weeks with more details for your consideration. I'd strongly recommend we step out with the county on the methodology of reopening, both as to what the criterion might be and how we might have soft openings where we still maintain social distancing. At the same time, that we get some sort of strategy in which they give us lead time before the opening happens. And that doesn't want to defer the opening, but rather that once they arrive at a time when they're coming down, we can encourage our businesses to get ready for the go.
That makes infinite sense, I believe. So, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I would request that any grants or money or waiving should be given to exclusively to non-essential businesses, because if they're essential, they're still working, and quite honestly, I don't think they should have any problem staying in business. I can see supermarkets are busy. I know there's body shops that are slow, but they're still open. I think the ones that are mostly impacted are probably going to be the mom and pops that are being forced to stay closed. Of course, one could argue that the bigger they are, the harder they fall. But you would hope if it's a bigger company that they would have some reserves to survive a storm like this. Whether it's 2 months, 3 months, or 4 months. And also, I think larger companies might have a little bit more flexibility as far as funding, it seems like. So I would actually be in favor of seeing something come back from staff, like City Manager Leroy Jackson said, that, have come back with some more details. But, whatever we think that needs to be done immediately, I think we should try to take care of tonight, such as, I believe, sending a letter. I didn't quite understand what that letter was for, but I'd be in favor of that. And also, time is of the essence. We're going to be gone for 2 weeks. By the time we come back, we're probably looking at maybe another month before we're going to implement anything. So I would say that we get working on putting together at least a draft of a plan that we can maybe manipulate and change around when we come back in 2 weeks. That's all I got. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, does staff have a recommendation of how we proceed at this point?
Then basically the action plan needs to be brought back to you in 2 weeks, addressing the issues that you've raised tonight. And I heard a discussion of perhaps targeting it towards those who were not allowed to be open during this period of time, that we have size idea, and also that we give you more details of the types of business license and other waivers that we'd be suggesting and recommending to you. We'll bring that back as a more formal plan in 2 weeks. In the meantime, that the motion include taking action to contact and work with the county to see if we can encourage them to seek ways of opening businesses earlier rather than later, and that we have a ramp-up strategy worked out with them, that they give us time to encourage businesses to get ready to go.
So that would be the motion I'm looking for. And I think Councilmember Matucci put his hand up first.
Councilmember Matucci, so moved. So moved.
And Councilmember Griffith, you had your hand up, second?
Councilman Griffith, second.
Okay.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 9D. If there are members of the public who would like to speak under item 9D, this would be a good time for you to call in and get into the queue. This is from the city attorney to adopt an ordinance allowing for mailed ballot elections. Expenditures, none. We've received 2 emails, I believe, concerning 9D, and they will certainly be considered as we go forward. From city staff? City attorney.
Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This item is in response to a vacancy that was created on the council when Councilmember Chen was installed as a council member for District 2 on April 14th, 2020. City Charter Code Section 603B as in boy says that the council has 30 days to fill a vacancy, which would be May 14th. As you know, the voters approved Measure U on March 3rd. That would give the council 60 days to fill a vacancy. But Government Code Section 34459 says that charter amendments are deemed ratified, but they do not take effect until they are filed and accepted by the Secretary of State. So to get into some kind of legalese here, the vacancy occurred on April 12th, but the Secretary of State has not filed and ratified our charter amendment yet, so the council is stuck with the 30 days to fill a vacancy, not the 60 days. Currently, the Torrance Municipal Code does not allow an all-mail ballot election. The ordinance before you tonight would allow the city to opt out of Elections Code 4000, which does allow for the state of California to have all-mail ballot elections for cities that have 1,000 registered voters or less. The city of Torrance has approximately 85,000 registered voters, so the election code would bar that. However, Torrance is a charter city, as you know, and elections are considered a municipal affair under California Constitution Article 11, Section 5. Therefore, the city can take this action and opt out of the elections code, since this is a municipal affair. Ordinances normally require 2 readings and then go into effect 30 days after the second reading, but there is an exception for ordinances that deal with elections, and they take effect immediately, just like an urgency ordinance. The action tonight does not call an election for the vacant seat. It just gives the council the authority and the flexibility to call a mail ballot election by resolution if it cannot appoint the vacancy by May 14th, 2020. This ordinance gives the city clerk, who is the city of Torrance's election official, the ability to get a cost estimate from the LA County Registrar Recorder County Clerk. The city clerk tried to obtain a quote for an all-mailed ballot election, and the Registrar Recorder County Clerk said that they would not give one unless she showed authorization to actually have an all-mailed ballot election. This ordinance before you tonight would give the city clerk that authorization so she could again ask for a quote from the Registrar Recorder County Clerk of the cost of an all-mailed ballot election. And I just would like to emphasize again, this does not call an election tonight. It just gives the council the flexibility to call for an election in the future. Again, you have to call an election by resolution as we did last fall. That's again, if the council decides to appoint, this doesn't really matter, just gives them the flexibility to do this in the future. Again, as the mayor pointed out, there was a supplemental on this. There was 2 emails that were received on this item from a resident. And I just noticed as I was talking here that I did not include in the recommendation request for the council to publish an ordinance summary, even though I attached the ordinance summary as attachment B. I'm available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Patrick. We'll go right along the lines. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. Can we, just hypothetically speaking, of course, can we make this ordinance applicable only to special elections? Because I do agree that there might be some concerns that in the future this could be used for for pretty much any election. But I would basically, can we make it specific to special elections alone?
If the council would like to do that, you could choose to do that. That would be the council's discretion.
Mr. Sullivan, I have a question. Since our charter ties us to the gubernatorial and the presidential primaries, so if they change the dates whenever it is, it's my understanding because we are on those dates, we're mandated to be on the county ballot. So I don't think we have the ability to call for a mail ballot on that election, even though we're a charter city. I'm not 100% sure, but I think years past we looked at that, and that is what I recall receiving from our city clerk at that time, was that since we are on the same date as a county, and by our charter we're mandated to do that, so we have to use them to run our election. We can't run a separate election. I believe that's it because it's on that date, but maybe we'll look at that later. Councilmember Goodrich?
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. And after reading through this, something just came up, and this is for the city attorney, Patrick Sullivan. Thank you for putting this together. I was just thinking, under the same sentiment where you stated that, the ordinance of the city, we are a charter city, and we can opt out of the election code, section 400. And then we pass an ordinance today. It's effective immediately. Then it made me think about, currently we're under the state of emergency, and we're getting some, I'll call it flexibility, how we run council meetings. And if we have as a charter city, we can opt out of election code section 400. Why can we not, now that we know that we passed, I forgot what measure, the 60-day, to give us appointment as a charter city, pass an ordinance tonight to allow 60 days, and then that should be effective immediately. Because that was, and we already know the results of the vote, so maybe that part I'm not quite sure. It seems like with the same, it's a consistent argument in my head. We should be able to do an ordinance to say 60 days. And I understand that, we can't get a quote unless we pass an ordinance. But I was just thinking, even for the 60 days, wouldn't the train of thought apply as well? That's my question. Thank you.
Sure. Councilman Chen, this is Patrick Sullivan again. It would seem that way upon first reading, but if you look at the way the California Constitution reads, it's the conduct of elections. So that's what we're doing today, is a conduct, how we run the election. But we are bound by our charter, and so our charter, which is 603, the government code says that only changes once the voters ratify it, and then the Secretary of State has to accept and file it. So we can't change that part because that's not an election. That's how our charter's done. What we're doing here, the mail ballot is a choice whether it's in person or by mail. This is a very it's a very similar provision that Redondo Beach uses in their code. But what you were asking is, no, we would not be able to do that because that would be changing our charter by an ordinance, which you cannot do. It has to be changed by the voters and then approved. It doesn't go into effect until the Secretary of State approves it. And then if I could just follow up briefly with Mayor Fury, our elections are tied, for the general municipal elections, are tied to the statewide direct primary election each numbered year. this would be considered a special election, and that one, it says it's held by the authority of the charter or any law. So that would be back to the state elections code, and there's certain dates that you can hold elections on. So it would have to be one that falls within that window.
So it would be for special elections only. That's what I was trying to think, that we couldn't do a mail election during the presidential primary. We couldn't just say, in Torrance, it's going to be a all-mail ballot. We have to do what the county says on those instances. But as Councilmember Matucci pointed out, that this will be for a special election only, not just for a general election.
Yes, I think that's correct. I'm sure the clerk's hair would turn white if we told her we had to do a presidential primary by mailed ballot.
Perhaps so. I think the last clerk hair did turn white. Councilmember Kalani? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Chen, you had another?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Maybe my reading, and thank you, Patrick. I guess the way I'm interpreting it, the situation where an appointment is related because of the election. And we did get a vote of the people. So, and under these certain circumstances, maybe I don't understand why we could not change the ordinance to be effective immediately.
Maybe I can try it a different way. So, charter amendments have to be approved. Charter changes have to be approved by a vote of the people, and that's 100% true. Whereas this procedure to change, whether we have an in-person, traditional vote or a all-mail ballot, that's a conduct of the election, and under the California Constitution, it's a municipal affair, how you conduct your election. The result of a charter election is not how you conduct it. That's just the result. And the government code, which provides how charters get ratified and adopted. So when it was first adopted, there's a whole provision of how you go about adopting a charter if we weren't already a charter city. But the government code says it's considered ratified when the people approved it, but it's not into effect until the Secretary of State receives it. So since your vacancy occurred when you were sworn in as the new council person of the new District 2 seat, that all the things that happened in that election were certified that night by the council, including Measure U. But the government code provides that Measure U isn't in effect. The 60 days doesn't go into effect until it's approved by the Secretary of State. So since that won't happen for, days or weeks, the 30 days is what we're stuck with for this vacancy. Does that make sense?
Yes, I hear what you're saying. I guess I just thinking under the circumstances, it seems like the vote of the people happened, and if we could do a ordinance change tonight to do a special election potential all mail in, that we can do this. But I'm not going to belabor the whole discussion. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe I could say, so if what you're proposing, we would be able to change our entire charter by ordinance. Because essentially what you have to do for a charter amendment is to change it by the charter rules. But what you're proposing is to change the existing charter rule 30 days by ordinance, which we cannot do because the charter of our ordinances. So there's
right.
equal dignities that you have to change it by the same rule. So we can't change it. The only thing we can change is how we conduct our elections. And so this would be the classic example of it, as opposed to you're asking to change the charter by an ordinance, which we cannot do.
Okay. I didn't really mean to come out change by ordinance, because what I'm saying is change by ordinance because we already did get a vote of the people to change the charter.
But then essentially, I guess the other thing is you'd be saying we'd be changing the California government code by ordinance, which we cannot do. Because that's the procedure that's been set up by California for charter cities of how they either adopt a charter or how they amend a charter. So we can't now go about and change that because that's how they're enacted.
Okay.
But I know it's confusing because everyone voted for it.
That's it for me. Thank you. Yeah.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. So we have 30 days to appoint a new council member. And if we can't, then there's a potential of going to a mail-only election. How long does that process take? Is it going to take us 6 months? What is the timing of a mail ballot election?
I would have to defer to the city clerk to see if she knows more about it. And again, just because we have this provision doesn't mean the city council would have to choose that. You could also still choose to have a regular election. But I'll defer to City Clerk Poirier to see if she has a better idea than I do.
Hi, this is Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It would take a minimum of 3 to 6 months because we have to have the ballots printed. They would be mailed to the residents, and then for them to be returned. And again, this would also depend on whether we consolidate with the county or whether we're able to find an independent election consultant who could count the ballots for us, and the city clerk's office would handle the mailing of the ballots to the public. So that would be my estimate on the time.
Thank you. And the other question is, and I don't know how you answer it, but you know, the some of the concerns is how do you validate it? How do you validate these mail ballots? What's the process?
So the process is in my prior agency, I did do. We did have the mail-in ballots come to the city clerk's office. So they're mailed to the post office. The post office would hold them for the city clerk. 2 city clerk personnel would go over to the post office, pick the ballots up, bring them to the city clerk's office, and then there's software where you scan it in and you check the signature, and then you file the ballots away until election day, and then they're kept locked in the vault. And we do have access to the LA County Register Recorder's database for the signatures in order to process them and make sure they're valid.
That's the only questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we've really overcomplicated this discussion. It's really simple. We've already made the decision on how we want to handle the appointment or to fill the open vacancy, and that's really to do it by appointment. And really all we're asking for is just one more option in case for some reason we're unable to do an appointment successfully, which to my recollection hasn't been done in modern history in Torrance, to have to go to a special election. We've always been able to manage an appointment. And this is just giving us one more option to give us if in fact we do need to go to a special election, to either call us a mail-in only ballot or a regular ballot, a special election at a polling place. So it's just giving us another tool. We don't even know what the cost is if once we get this approved, assuming we do, and we get the estimate back from the county, it may prove that we would never want to do it. But we won't know until we get that information, and I don't even think we're going to need it. I think it's just going to come to the point where we're going to make this appointment, and we're spending a lot of time talking about something that's really, it's nice to have it as an option, and I don't think it'll ever come into play in any of our normal elections, and only could come into play in a special election like this as an appointment, and the whole 30, 60-day issue is already moot. We've discussed that, and it doesn't come into play here. So it's just, do we want to have an option for a mail-in ballot per this new ordinance or not? And that's really the only question for tonight, and I'm in support of it.
Yeah, and it was, I asked to bring it back just to see if we could find a cheaper way to do it if we got cornered into the possibility that we have to do an election. But since we have to do this just to get an estimate, I would remind, and I'm not sure if anybody else was on the council when we did it, but we used an inordinate amount of time figuring out how we would break a tie in the election, whether it would be a toss of a coin or drawing lots or pulling cards. and I recall that I think we did about a half-hour discussion on that. So we can figure out ways to beat a dead horse. So we did open it up, and I guess we should ask the call center. Is there somebody who's called in?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie Wand. There are no callers on the line for this item. Thank you.
Okay. Well, since we've beat this one up pretty badly, and we've opened it up to the public, and we've got an email, I'll entertain a motion.
Your Honor, before we read the motion, could we request that you have the city clerk read the number and title, and then we can take the motion after that?
That's right. We can do a shortcut. Could I get a number? Well, don't I have to know that the motion is to approve? I mean, you say maybe it's a motion to not approve.
Well, yeah. Well, either way, it'll be the number and title, and then it obviously wouldn't go into a denial.
Okay. May we have a number and title on this?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3868, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding a new Article 8 entitled Elections to Chapter 2 of Division 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, Councilmember Griffiths, I move to concur with the city attorney and adopt ordinance 3868.
And could we add
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
And could we add approval of ordinance summary for publication?
Agreed.
Thank you. Could we get the second to agree?
Second, agreed.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen.
No.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
No.
Councilmember Matucci.
No.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion fails. It's 3-3.
Okay. Does anybody wish to change a vote? You can do it at this time. If not, then it just dies. Is that correct, Mr. Sullivan?
That's correct. A tie vote is considered a failed vote.
Okay. We'll move on. I believe that takes us down to hearings, none scheduled. Agency agendas, none scheduled. Second readings of ordinance, have none scheduled. At this time, we'll move on to item 13, oral communication. For any member of the public that wishes to speak on items on the agenda, please call the phone number on your screen, 310-618-2404. Our staff is standing by in our call center to queue up our callers. Oral communication is limited to a 30-minute period. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and then the system will automatically disconnect the call. Government Code Section 54954.3B1 allows the City Council to limit the total amount of time on each agenda item and for each individual speaker. The time that I have at the present time is 10:22. To the call center, do we have anybody who's called up?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie Wand. I have Terea Dadel on the line. Terea, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Hello. Good evening, Mayor Fury and City Council. Terea Dadel, resident. My question is twofold. Upon the implementation of the new Operation Room Key during the current COVID-19 crisis, whereby hotel-motel rooms have been allocated for the homeless, where does the City of Torrance stand? And if so, which hotel-motel properties are to be contracted out in the city?
Mayor, this is Adam Jafarian.
At the present time, thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to answer that, but at the present time, there are no hotel-motel rooms in the City of Torrance that the county is contracted with. They're contracted with cities nearby, but none in the City of Torrance. My understanding was there was communication with a hotel within the city, and the hotel would not contract with the county.
Thank
you. Does that answer the question?
Yep, that does. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next
Mayor, I do have another caller on the line. Melissa Wright, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, City Clerk. If you remember this time about last year, it was the beginning of May, a couple of us came and spoke on behalf of the appreciation to the police department with the Blue Ribbon Week. And because the schools are out right now, you're not going to see the blue ribbons tied at the schools and so forth, and some of the ceremonies that usually go on for Blue Ribbon Week or the National Police Appreciation Day, which is usually, I believe, about May 15th. I had wanted to put forth that I'm going to go in our area. I'm in the South Torrance area. If we can get all the areas of Torrance to do their own blue ribbons on their trees and places around, and that will show appreciation for the police, fire, hospital workers, pharmacy, grocery, all the essential workers. We want to show our support for them and extend that blue ribbon for all of them for the week, say May 1st through the 15th. And so I just want to tell everybody now, because with the stores closed, it's hard to buy ribbon. So this gives you 2 weeks to order your ribbon online and get ready. So I just want to say thanks again, and a lot of good information tonight, and we really appreciate everything people are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And let's push that thing out on social media and get everybody to put some blue ribbons out there. Really appreciate your efforts.
Right, will do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gary, you are now unmuted. Your time starts now, please.
Okay. I'm a 60-year citizen of Torrance, and I want to say a great job what the City Council is doing. And I want to welcome Councilman Kalani into the City Council chamber. But I have a couple of issues. On the Esplanade, I know we talked about this earlier, but I think Matucci and Griffith and Kalani actually kind of brought this up. If you look on the west side they shut down the Esplanade, and nobody's walking there. But on the left side, the east side, there's a ton of people walking there, and the cars are pulling out, and so it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And so think about that. It makes no sense. The beaches are open. You look down the hill, and it's wide open. But you can't walk on the west side of the Esplanade. You can walk on the east side. It makes no sense. Okay, and so the final thing is, and for the people who are going to call in eventually for the condemning our city council people, Milton Herring said one thing: consider the source. So thank you, and I appreciate whatever you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I can point out, though, that the Esplanade is Redondo Beach. Although we enjoy the amenities of Redondo Beach, we don't have much control over their streets over there.
Are you ready for the next caller, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Debbie Hayes, you are now unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to congratulate Councilman Griffiths and Chen on their reelection, and I want to welcome Councilman Kalani. Ooh, that has a nice little ring to it, to the dais.
Thank you.
I appreciate the way you do your homework. I know everyone is going a little crazy while we're hunkering in the bunker, so I wanted to suggest that the family hop in the car and trip the Light Fantastic and tour the buildings and businesses that are lighting up in purple for the hospitality industry and blue for the essential workers, who I like to refer to as our frontliners, in a show of unity and community, solidarity, and hope. That's what they're lit up for. These establishments will be lit up until April 30th and include California Bank and Trust, DoubleTree by Hilton, Torrance Marriott, the Miyako, American Honda, Torrance City Hall, Torrance Historical Society and Museum, and our 6 fire stations. And I wanted to do a special shout-out to DJ Ozzy for lighting up all 6 fire stations and the Torrance Historical Society and Museum. He is awesome. Other establishments will be lighting up as well before the month's end, so we'll keep you posted. And as Aram said earlier, it's being coordinated through the Discover Torrance, which is our city's Visitors Bureau. And I also wanted to commend staff again on just what a fabulous job you're doing, rolling with everything that's new, and you're leading by example. And I thank you for keeping the parks open so we can still walk and jog so we don't put on that dreaded COVID-19 pounds. And I just, again, want to commend all the staff for rocking it. You guys are doing a great job, as is council. So thanks, team. Bye.
Mayor, are you ready for the next caller? Sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear you. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Stephanie Park, you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hi, this is Stephanie Park. I am calling to speak on behalf of the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. In his name, I demand that you fire the officers who murdered him, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Christopher was murdered in December of 2018, and nothing has been done to prosecute or go after these officers who took his life. I demand that you create a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department. The City Council is supposed to oversee the police, but they have proven themselves ineffective, as evidenced by the rewards and raises given to officers who murder civilians. Other murders at the hands of Torrance police include 3 others in the last few years, and accountability is necessary to prevent even more murders. I stand with Sherilyn and the entire family of Christopher Mitchell and demand justice in his name. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any additional callers?
Yes, Mayor. Sheila, can you please begin speaking? You are now unmuted.
Last week, you received a little over 50 emails from people standing in solidarity with Christopher's family as they asked for the most basic, logical, and necessary action. This week, you received over 30. We demand that you create a civilian oversight commission of the police department as you were told to do so by a grand jury a few years ago. We demand that you fire the officers who killed Christopher, Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. In light of the senseless, brutal assassination of a young man killed by the Torrance Police Department within 15 seconds of them approaching him, it is the least you can do. He complied with the conflicting orders of the officers, and they killed him anyway. They shot him multiple times and didn't even try to help him. They let him die. What if that was your child? Would you just sit back and be okay with the murder of them? Would you be okay with the lies told about them to justify their murder in the hindsight? I doubt it. The behavior by City Council ignoring the pleas of a grieving mother and the silencing of those who stand with her through changes in rules of decorum, violent arrests, charges, and a sitting City Council member, you, Matucci, flipping off a member of the public while sitting on that dais under the words, "In God We Trust," is detestable at best. It's no wonder you can't control the police when you can't control yourself. You had the nerve to give both officers who killed Christopher awards and raises while we called on you to release their names. You have some nerve. You have proved yourselves incompetent and ineffective at any resemblance of oversight. So we demand that you create a civilian oversight commission and fire the officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and we will continue to demand this alongside the strong, loving, and integrity-filled mother of Christopher, Sherilyn Haynes, until you do so. It is time that you do what is right, what is just, what is necessary, and what is reasonable.
Katie, do we have other callers?
Yeah, Sheila's still on the line with 38 seconds left.
I think she's finished.
Okay, I'll disconnect.
You don't get to say if I say when I'm finished. You don't get to say that. I'm finished. I already.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sherilyn, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. I demand that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be held accountable for murdering my son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, December the 9th, 2018. He was unarmed and he had his hands up, but they still chose to murder my son. My son did not deserve to be killed and murdered like that with no help. They just left him there. Took a long time to send somebody to help him. We don't know. Christopher could have been the one that brought the cure to the virus that's going on right now in this world. We'll never know that. Christopher's life was taken, and it shouldn't have been. I miss my son terribly. He was the only thing I had in my life.
Mayor, I believe that caller disconnected. I will move on to the next caller. Regi Bunch, you are now unmuted.
To that racist piece of shit, Pastor Theory. To that racist piece of shit, Celeste and Giuseppe. Aurelio Matucci. To that racist piece of shit, me. No, Tim Goodrich. To that racist anti-black piece of shit, Cindy Wong. No, George Chin. To that racist piece of shit, Kalani. To that racist piece of shit, Cecilia Geronimo. Mike Griffith. To that racist piece of shit, Connie. No, Leroy Jackson. To all you racist motherfuckers, fuck you. It's damn near time that you smell the roses and make sure that there's a civilian oversight commission over that godforsaken, fucked up police department called the Torrance Police Department. So deal with it.
Sir, are you still on the line?
Uh-huh. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Fuck you, Torrance. 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 You a racist piece of shit. Your mama's a bitch. Aurelio Matucci, tell Celeste and Giuseppe that their father's a piece of shit. And tell Cecilia Geronimo, hey, Mike Griffiths, tell Cecilia that you're a racist piece of shit. And Kalani, tell Olman that you're a racist piece of shit. And to Tim Goodrich, tell me if you're a racist piece of shit. And to George Chin, tell Cindy Wong that she's married to an anti-black motherfucker piece of shit. Fuck you, Torrance, for being pieces of shit. And I hope that Leroy Jackson catches that COVID-19 and takes his ass out of here. Die, Leroy.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. May I move on to the next caller?
Well, please do. Please do.
Emily Joel, you are now unmuted.
I'm making this public comment in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and in support of his family. I demand that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, the officers who murdered Christopher within 15 seconds of arriving on the scene. I demand that you create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. You know, the last city council meeting when you were able to meet in person, I had the pleasure of viewing from home on the live stream. And I noticed that after our group was ejected, I continued to watch one of your citizens come up and beg you to wait until our quote-unquote disruptiveness has left the building before continuing with your city business in the future, because they were having trouble hearing over our quote-unquote disruptiveness. And guess what? We have a better idea. Create a civilian oversight commission like we've been asking you to do for over the past year, so that we don't have to be at your meetings in the first place. A city council meeting is no place for a grieving mother to seek justice.
Mayor, that caller disconnected from the line. I'll move on to the next speaker. Mary Ann Crumman, you're now unmuted. Miss Mary Ann Crumman.
Hi. So I'm calling to, as well, demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family and for his life that was taken by the Torrance Police Department and Matthew Concannon and Steve Chavez. They need to be held accountable. Folks before me have made this very clear. I'd like to also talk about how you all, in the way that you're running these meetings, are not even looking to the best ways in which to handle public comment, to continue to be transparent, which doesn't surprise me because that's sort of your MO. But we see you. We see what you are doing. And it's outrageous. This is ridiculous. You cut public comment from 2 to 1 and make us wait through your blathering nonsense. And then bringing it to a weird subjugated call. There's no reason that when we send emails with our comments that they shouldn't be read into the meeting. And I don't know. It staggers the imagination at how fucked up y'all are and how I am clear on how you're really grateful to not have us sitting there and getting in your face about this. I know you're resting on your laurels, but we will be back. Not a game, not a joke. It's serious. We need justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and we need Torrance PD to back the fuck off and well, not only be different, but honestly be abolished.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected from the line. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you very much.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hello, Council. I've kind of timed out, so I'm going to have to bring my comments up at another time. But I wish everybody and pray towards conciliation and blessings towards everyone. And also blessings towards everyone as we try to get through the coronavirus issues and everything. There was some good news. I will say this: there was some good news in the LA study, and also in a Stanford study that showed that far more people have had this and are recovering, which is on the tune of, if you do some calculations, it's on the tune of 6 million people who've recovered, as opposed to 82,000, which is the number you could get from Worldometers or CDC or a lot of the different sites out there that are tracking statistics. The actual numbers based on those new studies demonstrate, if they can be brought out to the rest of the world, that potentially 6 million people have recovered from this, and things are not quite so bleak. And with that, I'll just say let's do everything that we can to bring blessings in this world and to achieve good outcomes. I'll say that. Thank you, everybody, and I hope to contribute and interact a little bit more in the future. I did have some questions, but I'll push those out for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have one. It looks like one more caller at this time for orals.
Okay.
Cameron, can you? Sorry, Mayor. Cameron, can you please begin speaking?
Hi, I'm calling in solidarity with the Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family and Black Lives Matter. It's frankly disgusting that we are in 2020 and we're getting closer to the middle of it every day, and you guys still have not done shit. We have been demanding the same stuff since the beginning, and it's so simple. Fire the officers who murdered Christopher in cold blood and create a civilian oversight commission, which y'all were already asked to do by a grand jury. And frankly, I think it's, as Marianne said, I think it is absolutely preposterous that you're not reading the public comments from emails aloud, because not everyone can make it to your stupid Zoom calls, and that you cut off oral communication in the beginning, and your meetings just keep getting longer the more people show up. And, I mean, I don't expect a lot from you, because it's clear that you have no moral compass, but I'm asking you to just dig into that tiny little piece of humanity that you might have left and do something. Because there are racist murderers on the street that you are paying, that you are awarding, and it is absolutely disgusting.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected, and I do not see any other callers on the line for oral communications at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, so I guess we bring it up to here, and my listing has that Councilmember Goodrich, or should we go to closed session first? Asking this out loud for staff.
It's up to the mayor and council. If you'd like to do your orals now, you can, and then we can go to closed session, or we can go to closed session first, whichever way you prefer.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I skipped to the next slide.
That's okay. When that popped up, I thought maybe you were pushing me over there. Okay. Okay, so oral communication this time, Councilmember Goodrich.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
And let me see, who else do we have here? Trying to find it on my list. Councilmember Griffiths.
Audio is not on.
Quiet oral.
Can't hear you, Councilman.
never mind.
Oh, you're on.
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me try that one more time. I wanted to thank our residents and businesses for their cooperation in this challenging time, and appreciate your patience with all of the agencies that are working hard to try to protect us. But in light of some of the comments that were made tonight, being that the county kind of holds the cards and about a lot of the things that we're trying to make decisions on, I would urge our residents and businesses to reach out to our county supervisor, Janice Hahn, and share your concerns about potentially opening up some of our businesses under the proper conditions as they might see fit, or at least give the city some authority to make some decisions on their own. If the county then hears us loud and clear, they may help us be able to make some decisions on moving forward. And I wish you all the best, and thank you for listening tonight.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to add, just that I hope everybody stays safe and well. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
I got nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. My word and sharing to the residents of Torrance is thank you for hanging in there, being patient with us. We have your safety and as our prime interest, and we are looking at ways to open up the city in a smart way. And Mr. Jackson will be reaching out to the LA County, and so hang in there. We understand the situation, and we want to just do the best thing we can do to open up without causing more harm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to say that I've served on the council for almost 12 years now. And during that period of time, I have been an advocate for businesses, small, large, local, international, national businesses. I've been a big supporter, and I've been supported by members of our Chamber of Commerce, by BizFed, which is the whole County of Los Angeles business organization. A lot of people who are sitting on the council now are very proud that BizFed had either taken an interest in their campaigns or supported their campaigns or endorsed their campaigns. And I take pride that when I became the mayor, I was fortunate enough to champion our city to be named as the most business-friendly city in Los Angeles County out of the 88 cities in the county. And I think I have a relationship with our business community. And I'm proud of that relationship. I'm proud of every one of the members of the business community that I know. And they're all good-hearted people. They support our nonprofits. They support our people that are hurting at some time. But the pandemic, and what I hear is to push the county to allow us to open and to allow us to do, to go back to normal. It really infuriates me because we have to listen to the medical professionals. We have to listen to the scientific professionals. We have to look at the real data. And then we will open our cities up in an organized fashion. I've heard the County of Los Angeles. I've heard the mayor of Los Angeles. I've heard the governor of the state of California all say it's not a switch that we're going to turn on and all of a sudden the businesses come back and here we are in Pollyannaville. It looks exactly as it was before. It's going to take some concerted effort. It's going to take some slow steps. And we're going to have to listen to those medical professionals. We're going to have to listen to the scientists. Even if we don't agree with their information, we have to listen to them. There have been so many people who have died as a result of coronavirus, whether it was their primary reason that they died or was a contributory reason that those people passed away. It has been stated more than 42,000 Americans have died. And you know, there's going to be some businesses that may not come back. But I can guarantee you, none of those 42,000 people who have died will be coming back at all. They will not. And that was 42,000 today. I predict real easily that it'll be 44, 45,000 people will have died tomorrow. And then it continues on. And we have to look at the actual raw data to see when it's time to open. Can we make plans on how to do it? Absolutely. Should we look at other countries? Should we? Absolutely. Should we look at other counties, how they do it? Absolutely. But we're not going to force this issue by pushing our Board of Supervisors. Those people are intelligent people. They listen to their medical professionals, the scientific professionals. We have to encourage our community to take it for real. Socially distance, hygiene, wash your hands more often, become OCD as far as washing your hands to make sure you're getting the virus off of your hands. And don't make stupid mistakes. And we saw that this weekend in Florida and North Carolina again, where they opened up their beaches and people were making stupid mistakes. We saw that in Southern California when in Huntington Beach, one of our neighbor cities to the south, when a group of people decided they wanted to come in there and hashtag liberate Huntington Beach, and they're hashtag liberating Michigan, and a hashtag liberating Virginia. You know, you can listen to all this political speech, but if we keep mounting up our deaths, there's going to be less people listening to that political speech. And then we get on to how we're going to be looking at budget cuts coming up. My understanding is that the federal government has pushed another paycheck bill through today on a bipartisan basis. I'm not sure the total number of it, but it's darn close to another $1 trillion. But again, they have left out local jurisdictions under 500,000. And I'm encouraged by the National League of Cities, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which are both bipartisan organizations that are looking to have the federal government bail out cities who are losing revenue, as we've seen earlier tonight, how much revenue we're losing as an agency, and adding services that we're not getting paid for either. So I would encourage everybody here, if you want to write a letter to the federal government, write a letter to the President of the United States, tell him to get a bipartisan effort to bring some stimulus money to smaller agencies like the one that we are governing right now. Don't talk about laying off and furloughing our employees. I mean, these are people who have been working their butts off 24/7 to get through this pandemic, and they've provided services for our community. We all praised it, and then it's time to say, okay, I'm glad to see we got furloughs and layoffs. Well, I'm really proud that my predecessor, Mayor Frank Scotto, was very proud, and he instilled in me that when we went through the Great Recession, and there was a big recession, it wasn't just one time, it was several years, we did not have to furlough one employee. We did not have to lay off one employee. And I'm certainly going to make that my target this time. I'm going to do everything I can so that we don't have to furlough, that we don't have to lay off our employees, because these are the people who are truly essential workers, whether they are first responders in the police cars and fire trucks, fire apparatus, or they are some of our bus drivers, or if they're working in libraries and working out of term for that, or they're doing our groundskeeper work. These are essential workers to make our city continue on. That's all my preaching for this evening. Well, until after we come back. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor. Not for oral. We have anything to come.
Yeah. So we'll take a recess now to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54956.9D4, 54957.6, and 54958. We will return after we conclude our executive session.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, are we off air?
This is it. We're in. Yeah, we've got it. We're ready.
Okay, we've returned from our executive session. We're calling the meeting back to order. We've been in executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
Thank you. As we close tonight's agenda, I'd like to thank you, the viewing audience, the listening audience, for your patience with us during these very difficult times. City staff, my colleagues on the City Council, we certainly all appreciate it. During this time, it's important to remember businesses and restaurants are amongst the many groups who need our help. Please order takeout and delivery from our local restaurants so they can survive and continue to serve our community once this pandemic is over with. Seniors, please take advantage of our available programs. Torrance Cares to Go and Torrance Cares for Seniors are put in place to help you remain at home and healthy. Utilize the senior hotline at 310-320-5918. Again, it's 310-320-5918 if you have any questions. Everyone, please wear face coverings when in public. It's now mandatory to wear them in food service locations. Continue to practice social distancing. Stay indoors as much as possible. Wave hello at a distance when you greet your neighbors. And let's not forget to thank our hospitals and their staff, from the custodians keeping their facilities clean to the doctors on the front lines of the pandemic. If we continue to stand together while we are keeping ourselves apart, I am very confident we will recover on the other side. Be safe, and please take care of yourselves. This time I'll take an adjournment. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, May 5th, 2020, for the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in continuing effort to best practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via cable, City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum, Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City Torrance, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Tuesday, April 28, 2020 is a dark night.
And a second?
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll see you on Cinco de Mayo. Take care of yourselves.
Good night.